You see all y'all, huh? Saratoga Garden, my young niggas. Good time, Burger Bar. Dirty South. Don't get that big bad black hole. Each and every Friday night, see? Good to see you, Jack. The RE show, nigga. Yeah. Solar Town Song. Way back. Birthday tonight, baby. Huh? Got everything with you. Looking good, baby. OT. Chiba. Yeah. Solar Town Song. Solar Town Song. Give me some song. Solar Town.
Yes. Yeah. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. I just wanted to say hello to everybody. Um, it occurred to me that, for those of you to celebrate it, some people don't celebrate it, but, or maybe some people celebrate it on different days. But I mean, to the loving mothers out there, it's definitely worth noting that you carry babies for 9 months. And so, and bring them into this world. So, or play a huge role in that. So, kudos to all the loving mothers out there. And happy Mother's Day to you. Now, on other news, the rest of the craziness still goes on, of course, and that's why I'm segueing over to this being called the crazy world. Oh, you can't see that? Hold on. Here it is. It's here instead. I'm sorry. Crazy World, right? Exactly, the Crazy World show. But check this out. But in light of that, here we do have something very crazy, and that's Drake. And this is old news Drake, but it's really ironic because the new news about Drake is that apparently he ain't doing too well. There's people saying that he made some remarks about possibly ending it. I don't know. But that's what folks are saying, right? So let me check in on this real quick, 2 seconds, and see what I can find up here on that topic. Is this it? Let me see. Let me bring the browser up here. Boom. Yes, here we go. Now, let me see. Oh, it is. Okay. Exactly. He's on suicide watch. Now, let me see something here. Now, who says that? Right. This is on TMZ, but I hope they don't flag it. But let me see here. Stay off of TMZ for a second. Let me go to. Right. Oh, okay. Nah, that's Casino. Hold on. Let me see. Man arrested at Drake's home trying to break in. I mean, what occurred to me with this is like, as soon as the thing about young girls came up with Drake, he got a lot of money. The thing about it is that it occurred to me that shit, maybe there's some parents out there that's upset at Drake, that maybe that's why that could be happening. But that's just an assumption going off of, but it occurred to me because I realized, R. Kelly, he had some things like that going on, strange encounters with people. And a lot of times maybe media doesn't tell the whole story, or entertainment media. But first of all, check this out. Yo, this is the funniest thing because somebody was tripping on Drake some time ago. And I think that was this rapper here. Look, this became a meme, as a matter of fact. This became a meme. Before I play this stuff, hold on. Let me put this up here. Let me see something. Boom. Right. So everybody can see this. Let me see. I'm sure a lot of you all are with your mothers right now, because it is Mother's Day. But, for those of you that aren't with your mothers right now, you know what I'm saying? You could swing on through and hang out for a minute. I'm going to be here for about an hour or something. That's my plan. Maybe 2 hours. 2 hours. I'm sorry. Yeah, but let me see here while I go through some of the latest news. But this was the Breakfast Club. But look at how many memes. Come on. Look at this. This is a crazy exchange right here. And this became a meme, right? This became a meme. Check it out.
Disrespecting me. You just kicking facts. Oh, you kicking your opinion? No, listen.
I said that from the beginning.
Listen, Charlotte. Is that an opinion or is that a fact?
I would think it's a fact.
Opinion. No, no goddamn fact.
These are all opinions.
It's a fact when it comes to music.
Why?
Stop all that yelling in here now.
Why did Meek Mill have a bigger comeback than Soulja
Boy?
Me personally,
why?
Because he was locked up.
Yes.
Okay, I was locked up too, nigga.
They came up with a #1.
All right, here it is.
Oh,
look how he called. The championship was the #1 album in the country.
And the album was a nice album, but he ain't had no bigger comeback.
Look how he crossed
Meek Mill ain't beat for Chris Brown and was finna box with Floyd Mayweather.
He beat with Drake, the biggest rapper in the world.
These niggas, Drake? The nigga that got biting by Pusha T?
Yo, this became a meme.
The nigga nigga, yeah, Drake.
Ah,
The nigga that got fired. The biggest rapper in the world. These niggas, yeah, Drake.
this became a meme, y'all.
Nigga, yeah,
So
Drake.
Soldier Boy was ordered a while ago.
These niggas, yeah, Drake. Drake. The nigga that got bodied by Pusha T.
Hey, Andre, happy Mother's Day to you.
The nigga that hiding his kid from the world, but his world won't hide from the kid.
Look, Soldier Boy. I don't know if you know who Soldier Boy is, but he's not one of the newest rappers, but in that genre, he became big early, right? And or pretty early. He's relevant, Soldier Boy, still, I would say. But I don't know how much music he's putting out. I wasn't really buying his music either, but that's nothing personal. If you compare him to a lot of the other ones, he's interesting. He's got talent, and as a businessman, he seems to be doing a lot of things, but you never know what entertain us. But in any case, when he was talking about Drake here, this is years ago. This is like 3, 4, 5 years ago, right? On the Breakfast Club, they asked him, they compared, they was bigging up Drake on there, and this was his reaction. But then he started saying things that other people started talking about later. So about Drake, right? That people are finding out now, apparently.
The nigga that hiding his kid from the world, but his world won't hide from the kid. Aubrey Graham in the wig.
Yes, that was it. That was the exchange he had on the Breakfast Club. Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, you're welcome. Happy Mother's Day. Yeah, indeed. And but this guy. He's talking about Drake, and now pushing forward. Obviously, I don't know if you've seen this meme behind me, but Drake has been questionable for a minute. Here, this one, right? You see this meme, right? You see this. This is not even a meme. This is really him. Have you seen this before? This blackface Drake. I don't know what this dude is thinking of, but there's a saying, people always say, you'd have to pay me $1 million to do that. But if you think about it, he is paid $1 million. But what else I don't even think it's the $1 million, because people that stand on principle would never do this. You know what I'm saying? There could never be enough money, because once you question your own character, that lives on forever, right? That lives on forever. When people can question a person's character, that doesn't just disappear. Even $1 million won't make that disappear. And I guess that might be what you're seeing, like a lot of money. But the time that I seen this image right here of Drake, at the time I saw that, the first time, which is the only time you need to see it once. When I saw this, the first reaction I had was like, this dude is a coon, and he would actually take money to do this. And just because he is mixed, or might be part black or part African American, I don't know, doesn't necessarily mean that he's not a coon. You see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that, because think about how many people that are out there that might be part African American or mixed and don't wear blackface. You know what I'm saying? just to get ahead, just to be an entertainer. You see what I mean? And then, this is a bad picture. But in any case, so the other part of the story is that's really updated. That's recent news, and at least in the last month, is this story It's all coming up because this guy, what's the young rapper's name from out of LA? Ain't he out of LA? Damn, what's his daggone name? Kendrick, yeah. Now, see, I don't have anything against Kendrick. I like Kendrick. It took me a second to really get it because I was into early rap, not early, but 90s rap too, I guess you could say. This stuff that's going on today, you know, you got to be good to get my attention, right? And so Drake is one of them. He didn't catch it at first just because, you know, I'm not really into today's rap. But after a while, you can see he's really an artist and he got some good character, strong character. He's talking about something, you know, with his poetry. He's not just bullshitting with it. But he put out they've been dissing each other, but he put out a response diss. Kendrick Lamar. What is it called? What's that song called? Let me just do this. It's gonna come up anyway. Yeah, Not Like Us with Future, right? And there's you could see there's memes of people everywhere on social media rocking his verse, rocking the part of this song where Drake is on it. And this is crazy. By the way, this Kendrick Lamar's YouTube page. Folks might want to go to this. Not like us. Like That. It's called Like That. That's what it is. This is the song right here. And everywhere on social media, they have folks rocking this dude's verse. And apparently this verse got at him. Who is that? Yeah. You talking about this clown here? The clown is Drake. The guy dressed up like in blackface is Drake, the rapper they call Drake. And Drake has been around for a minute and he's got a lot of money from rap music. Yeah. And yeah, he has. You know, he's one of the more paid ones, allegedly, right? That's what they say. But if you want to look at his house, now check out his house. This is his house. This ought to show you that he's paid a little bit. This is his house right there. Ain't this Drake house? Don't he got a pool behind it or some shit? Hold on, let me type in here Drake's house. I bet you it will come up. Look, see, dude live in a mansion. Drake live in a mansion. As a matter of fact, this is the other part to the story. The other part is because since this beef has been going on between Drake and Lamar, it's been some other incidents. I don't think they're connected to the beef, but some other incidences at Drake's home. And you can see he lives in a mansion, and two gunmen tried to run up in dude's home recently in the last week. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? Yo, what's up, Tar? Yes, within the last week. Exactly, within the last week. This has all been going on. Of course, I'm going through some stuff at work, you know, my work has been kind of heavy with some like certifications, last minute certifications we had to do for something. Yeah, just related to work. But so I've been doing work while I've been doing that. And so I haven't had time to really be on YouTube, but this is one of the big stories if you want to talk about the entertainment industry. Of course, this is not the only big story, but this is one of them, and it's blowing up into something because, yeah, welcome. Thank you, Shaw. Yeah, you know, and if you think about it, just look, you got the same guy in the background. That's Drake too. So the guy in the front next to the mansion is Drake, the rapper, and the guy in the background is Drake also. Let me just show you what it looked like here. This is him also early. This is him early on, right? And now this is him. You see, today. And who am I to say? Maybe he's really like that. Like, I don't know him, but I'm just saying, what could make you talk? What could make you put on blackface? Like, if what makes a person do this? And what I'm saying is that even if you part African American, right? Like Drake, they say he's part African American. Okay, so even if you part African American and part something else, uh, so what would still make you do that? It's not like every person that's mixed or part something this or part something that is not going to do something like this. You know, what makes a person put this on? And is it a coincidence that he is one of the biggest rappers today? And on top of that, so big, you know, he's had a career, a legendary career people have been talking about, you know. Do you think it's a coincidence? You know, is this part of the ritual? How long ago was this? I don't know. Yeah, hold on. Let me look this damn picture up. When did Drake? 'Cause that's the good thing about social media today. You could just look stuff up on Google. Let me see here. When did Drake do blackface? The answer. Look at this. 2007. This is even more ridiculous because you could type stuff into Google, right? And this is ridiculous. I'm just going to flip over 2 seconds. And it comes up like this. Look, it just come up like this. Boom. There's the answer. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Let me touch. Here it is. You see that? It just comes up like this. When did Drake do blackface? 2007. This picture is from 2007, a time in my life when I was an actor and I was working on a project that was about young black actors struggling to get roles, being stereotyped and typecast. The photo represented how African Americans were once wrongfully portrayed in entertainment. Somehow I don't buy it. You know, I'm just going to say that. Like, and it's nothing personal. I don't have to buy it. It's my independent feeling. But I don't buy that. I don't buy that because who cares if you're acting? This is something. Look, people, you know what people do? They often use art as a way to throw out anti-black sentiments. You know what I'm saying? And others, by the way. You know, people have used art to disparage Jews, Muslims, gypsies, black people, African Americans. Yeah, remember, art has always played a role in that. Even Native Americans, you know. So him just saying because it was like this, yeah. A lot of dumbheads, racists say that. I was doing it for the, for the culture. Look, there was somebody who did that over here. That was like they did a play, and the play was called what was it called? White N-word Black Madonna. But they really wrote out N-word, like Nigger. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if they wrote it out Neger, but they wrote it out that way and claimed that it was like, oh, this is positive, But actually, no, they did all this play just to say, F you N-words, we hate you, and stop this Black Lives Matter shit. And they called it a play, So I don't buy it that this excuse. I mean, this is a really ridiculous picture, by the way. But who the hell? Who would put it on? Would you? Who makes you do that? Would you do it? If you would do it for, raise your hand. Because my thing is like, Spike Lee did a great job doing Bamboozled. But I wouldn't recommend everybody try that. Because everyone is not that type of, doesn't have that type of sense of depth and sense of depth in their work. And so when you start doing things like this, you really better have an understanding of how people feel, when doing it. And this right here looks like a very happy clown. Pusha T exposed that blackface years ago. Okay, that was him. He did that before rap. Okay, well, yeah. Oh, you think you don't like Spike Lee? Oh, no. Come on, Ty. You don't like Spike Lee, man? Oh my God. What did you think about the movie Bamboozled? What you think about that? Yeah, hold on. What did he say here? He made a few movies making us look bad before Tyler Perry. Oh, who's that? Tell me about it. Yeah, you talking about Spike, I guess. I don't know, man. I mean, overall, I like Spike's stuff overall. But he made some very creative movies, if you ask me. But obviously, some more creative than others. But the first movie I seen by Spike Lee is She's Gotta Have It. Oh, you didn't see Bamboozle? Well, man, you missed a real whopper. You missed a whopper there, bro. You missed one. That is his finest piece of work, if you ask me. That's it. Yeah, She's Gotta Have It and Bamboozled. Bamboozled. Matter of fact, let me just look this up while we're here, right? Because this relates to what we're talking about in any case. I don't want to go too far off of Drake, but here we go. So let me see. Back to the YouTube joint. So that man lives in this house right now, and he's rich, right? He's wealthy. He's one of the big rappers, and he's got a beef, and he's getting dissed by Kendrick. But now let me just segue, since we was talking about blackface, Bamboozle. For y'all, those of you that have not seen it, I wish I could play part of this shit for you, to be honest. Like, you see some of the references? He gives a little history of this, but then it's a critique on modern TV, a critique on these networks. And I wish I could really play, but what I can do is I can't play it. But what I'm gonna do is maybe if I turn the music down, it will allow me to do something. But here, I'm gonna just show you some parts, and then I'm gonna put the link. You can watch the link. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Here we go. Anybody that want to see parts of Bamboozled here. Bamboozled. If you haven't seen it, it's one of Spike's best works, I think. Bamboozled. But I would say the reason why I think it is because, number one, it was done on video. So it's all on video. It's not on film. And then so I think that's pretty daring, because then you really have to, it's really not about how much money you got in your pocket. It's about the content of the work then, right? And so I like what he did with what he had to work with. But then you got a lot of other actors in here. Like you got Tommy Lee Davis. Then you got this young brother here who he was a popular tap dancer at one time, which but they have him in this playing this role. You got to see how they're playing these roles out, bro. Don't assume, don't judge your book by its cover, because this looks extreme, of course, but let me know what you think when you see it and see the whole movie, because it's a critique on the networks. And if you like what Kanye say about the critique on the networks or on the music industry and things like that, then you would like his critique on the television networks, right? So in any case, it's interesting, but we ain't talking about Spike today, though. We talking about Drake. And Drake, this is his picture in 2007 that we this is ridiculous. And now this man is having thoughts apparently of not doing well, thoughts of the can I end it type. You know what I'm saying? Today he's having that thought. Made that black woman have sex. Who? Oh, you talking about She's Gotta Have It? Come on, Tara. He didn't make her do nothing, man. But listen, made her. But what do you mean made her? It was a role. It was a story about freedom. She decided, man. Them black men was chasing her. They wanted her, man. You thought that's what you got from watching She Gotta Have It? When I watched She Gotta Have It, I looked at it as homegirl was fine, and it was brothers that was competing over her. I mean, they didn't seem to have a problem competing over her. School Days was colorist with light skin and dark skin. But wasn't he talking about that topic in the Doing It? Isn't that what he was kind of getting at himself? Isn't that the point? Wasn't he bringing that out in the film? How You know, colorism exists in the movie role. Okay. Well, shit. Let me just drop the link, man. Come on. Anybody can hop up. By the way, I'm gonna be here until 2 o'clock. So maybe I'm misunderstanding you, talk. So I'm gonna drop the link, bro. But when I was woke, I seen it was black exploitation. Okay, you mean School Days? Well, I think me myself on Spike Lee's works. I don't think they're. I wouldn't call them exploitation. But I put it to you like this. I think how I would say it is more like to get into that, to be in that business, active in that business, you know, on a national scale. They kind of like, you know, there's an element of it of doing business where these movie houses, the people with the money, they always want you to soften things down, you know, on their network. And I think, you know, if you see Bamboozled, right, that's one of his later work. It's not new, but let me see. When was Bamboozled put out? Let me see. Bamboozled, right? It's 2000. So, and 2000, and so Spike Lee, he already kind of jumped off by then. I mean, and but let me see, just for reference, Spike Lee, and he did Malcolm X too. When did he do Malcolm X? That's 1992. So that's 2 years after. You know what I'm saying? But I think a lot of people didn't see Bamboozled because it wasn't a Hollywood film. Like, it wasn't promoted by Hollywood. It wasn't one of his films. It was kind of, and it's done on video. So I guess maybe they have another way of viewing it. But I see Spike Lee as somebody who's always tried to like maybe promote that, the voice of like inequality, like say that, you know, hey, this is our story in America. You know what I'm saying? And this is what the reality comes down to, that there's an issue with these things, black, white, also even Hispanics, even other, Latinos. I mean, all types of people. I mean, look at the movie. What's the movie he did? He's really known for. It's with Public Enemy did it.
Do the right thing.
Do the Right Thing, right? And let me see something just for reference. Let me see. Do the Right Thing. Let me see when that was. That was 89. So that was before, right? Exactly. So to me, it seemed like he was trying to have a conversation about these things. But go ahead. What was you saying?
Yeah,
What's
I
up?
was saying, when two piece been into the chat. Yeah, I was just saying that, you know, I watched those movies and when they was out, and like I said, I didn't start my woke journey until like 91 when I first read the autobiography of Malcolm X in the winter. And then the movie came out in 92. So that's when I just kind of started, you know, with Malcolm. It kind of pointed me into what racism was, you know. And then, you know, once you start, you kind of go back. But as I went on, you know, just years and years later, you start seeing that. But you know, now with that's what I was saying before. You have to give credit to the fringe movements and to the different groups of, you know, people that's out there, whether it's conspiracy theories and all this other stuff. Dr. York, there's a lot of different groups that I read. And when you look at the perspective in Hollywood, when I started paying attention to that to like about 2007, is when I started seeing a lot of YouTube videos exposing Hollywood from different viewpoints, black and white, from the brainwashing with Hello Kitty and all this stuff like that. You have to look at it. And so from my black perspective, from different viewpoints, that was a black exploitation movement. Even though people are still acting and behaving that way, that was.
Are you talking about School Days?
What School Days was sexual too, but She Gotta Have It.
Okay.
Yeah, She's Gotta Have It was worse, and then they redid it, and I think it might still be on Netflix because they did like a modern day version maybe 2-3 years ago.
Oh,
But
huh. You think she's okay? So you think she? Let me just put on the original here. She's got to have it, so folks can kind of have
yeah,
it, so can see what it looked like while you're
yeah,
talking about.
yeah,
Yeah.
because she wasn't just being pursued; she was having sex with multiple men. And Spike Lee even played one of her boyfriends in the movie, like he did in Do the Right Thing. And
Hmm.
so what I'm saying is, it made the black woman look like a oversex whore. That's
Hmm.
that's no. They didn't set it up like a
Yeah.
woman that had some kind of standards, and she was being pursued, and she was leaving them alone. It was a black woman that couldn't find everything she wanted in one man at one point, and she was messing with an intellectual, a street dude, stuff like that, and that's how it looked. And it came from her perspective, and and all the men were, most of the men were weak.
All right,
This,
okay, they was weak.
yeah,
Most
they
of them
was
was.
weak. Like,
Uh,
they was weak, like the way they portrayed the men. Like I looked at me and my I was looking at Deliver Us from Evil with LL Cool J, and all the men in there were weak except LL. He had to be the player, but he became weak because he loved her. But all of the men had no power. The Gabriel Union controlled the men's marriages and relationships through their women, and the girls, it was like they were suffering from a mother image, and the big sister was controlling the money. It was that whole Deliverance from Evil had no balls in that
hmm.
in that movie. Only one who had power to an extent was the white bosses that was giving her a shot to leave where she was to go to another job. But she pretty much was. It was like feminist, but it was negative toward the black men. And this is the movies that they do. So these people know that this stuff. It's like when you create movies, these things is a part of history, and people can go back and look at that. And to me, it's a waste of time.
But
Go ahead.
Todd, like don't like because it's interesting. Like because when I saw this, right, I saw it as he's exposing these things. I saw it as that you right. They are weak. That's the whole point of it. And how are they weak? He's going to tell you that story,
Yeah,
and then
but
he tell you
but
that
a lot
story.
of us wasn't intellectually educated, and so that's what I'm. And when you look after that, them doing that, it didn't change nothing. The same thing when you put out Malcolm X. It didn't. Only thing you did was you
Oh, I see.
played.
I
They
see what you.
played into the stereotype because the Jew who controls Hollywood, because they got to get green lighted, and they got because this is the stuff that I looked at outside the movie. When you start looking into what they have to go through for Hollywood to even allow it to be done, these bunch of white people read the scripts. They decide what gets done, what not get done, and this is before now where a person can get money and
But
shoot
all
their
right,
own thing.
hold on. But all right. Now that you said that, right? But let's look at these characters then. This is Mars, right? This guy, he have a bicycle. He basically is the I don't want to grow up guy, right? He want a girlfriend. He's cool with a bike. He's not really, actually. Then you have the guy in the middle who is like the guy who has a career. He's a model, right? He's traveling. He's got a little bit of paper. He's trying to take her along on the ride with him, right? And to make her, he's trying to swoon her up. Now, is he a loyal dude? Nah, that's not. He's not even trying to seem like that. He's trying to bag her though, right? And they showing that. And then you got this guy to the right. He's like Mr. Goody Two Shoes, who the guy who knows what's best, the guy who really cares about her, or he believes he does. That's the whole point. Like he believes in his mind, he cares about her, but really, what do they really want? But the movie is called She's Gotta Have It. So is that what you mean? Like when
Yeah,
they
because it was about, even
okay,
though she had her own, like one part of it it's showing, like I told you, I was able to see that these three men had different backgrounds. But the whole point was most of the movie she's having sex with these men. It's centered around sex. That's the whole thing. Even though we know that life is more complicated, but again, this did not make it didn't leave a positive memory. When that's the takeaway from the movie. The takeaway from the movie, she slept with all these men. She eventually chose one, but what you remember is her not being able to make up her mind. And when you watch a beautiful black woman, naturally, and she was in the city, so she been in other movies too. But yeah, but that movie did not make her look good. It didn't. It made black men look like they was all being stereotyped. The dude in the middle looked like a up-to-date Billy D. Williams. A lot of that stuff was just out of order. It didn't look good. She's Gotta Have was about sex. And that's what that was. That was the main thing, regardless of how he played it out on the screen by splitting it up and making the men tell you, well, I got my business, I want to do this. She didn't know what she wanted to do, but one thing she did do, they made sure it was sexually motivated. And like I said, he was the Tyler Perry before Tyler Perry as far as making us look bad. And nobody can dispute that. And it overrides the message.
Hey, Todd, look, do you see this clip right here?
Uh-huh.
Remember the scene? This was the scene where all of their ladies came and was like, yo, lady, you a homewrecker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is similar to the movie with that Jungle Fever, with the black woman was standing around talking about, all the black men that was messing with white women. And that right there was about sex too. Jungle Fever, again, that's what that's called. It was about sex. Even though they talked about racism and black men choosing another race, it's still centered around sex. And when you really look into the relationship that Wesley had with the Italian lady, it was a fetish. And he destroyed his home with that black woman. And then it showed how it affected his daughter at the end when he seen the girl out there asking for sex for crack. Then he screamed and hugged her. So all that was about sex and what in the neighborhood and how again, those movies didn't enlighten black people. We didn't get nowhere from that. That didn't. Only thing it was line his pockets. Other people who understood what he was saying after the fact. But then you in Hollywood, and now we know that Hollywood and all these people are doing all this sex parties and orgies and rituals. So none of that shit mean nothing to me. None of that, because I know better now. So it's like all that was a waste. He was see. This the thing I hate about what I'm seeing today. You have people like, let's say Marcus Garvey, right? You talking about nationalism and pro-black is really is the same thing. Or you mean you about your race, right? Being African and black and trying to do something opposite of what American has done to us. When those people was talking about black issues and black empowerment and doing something for them, you had those who followed Frederick Douglass and them dudes wanted to stay here and try to make it work. That's why they created all these HBC, all that stuff that do nothing but set black people up to see the truth. Now, when you look at Roland Martin and all these Democrats, Angela Rye and all these folks, they still crying about the stuff that people who was against Caucasian people, now you hear them say that. Oh, they always doing this to black people this, Black Lives Matter. But when you had real Black Lives Matter leaders back with Marcus Garvey, them type of people that you see now, they didn't want to hear that. But now you keep hearing all of the black stuff. Now look with Drake, same thing with Kendrick Lamar.
Hold on, what do you mean? Those type of people. What you mean when you say those type of people, they don't want to hear none of it? What you mean?
When I'm saying those type of people who follow Frederick Douglass and Du Bois and them, these are the Americans that stayed here, who kept making a bad decision.
Yeah, they wanted people to invest in the U.S. basically,
and also And
Well,
but not just that, but primarily they want to change white people's mind. That's what's wrong with black people who didn't believe what
but
Marcus and the rest of them was saying.
but change them. They wanted to change their mind. They wanted to change their mind, but you know, isn't that a part of being a part of the system?
Well, no, what that is part of being mentally dead. Because
No, because if you're not going to communicate, so you're saying that now I'm not trying to change what you say. I'm just trying to understand it. You're saying that because they communicated with them.
No, what I'm saying is we got certain people in our race who have ignored the slavery stuff and everything that they created in their system. Those type of black people like Frederick Douglass, all of they want to change.
Frederick Douglass ignore that? Did he ignore slavery?
No, what I'm saying is by refusing to look at the issue as a whole, what they want to do is change white people's mind. Frederick Douglass said that. Until we can make white people respect us over here. See, that's what I'm telling you. Martin Luther King, all them mentally dead Negroes want to change white people's mind and nature. And because, listen now, watch. Now, from way back then, now look at the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef. What are the things that Kendrick is saying? We don't want to hear you say nigga no more. White boy, Rick Ross, all of them still saying the same thing, more raggedy than what Marcus and the pro-black people was telling black people over 100 years ago. These mentally dead Negroes still trying to conform and try to convince Americans, and that's why the racial thing ain't gonna never change. That's why it's in the music, and that's what this whole thing is about. They all still want to be here and want to change the city. You can't change that because it's connected to the nature of the people who not gonna change. That's that we keep seeing the reality. The cops still killing us, right? We still getting done a certain kind of way. That's been happening. So it's black people's problem because they don't want to change. They want to change somebody else who's not going to change for you. That's the issue. That's why that's why you got the picture of Drake up there, and he brought it back because the people that control Drake sees us a certain kind of way. Now, how many rappers know behind the scenes that Drake does have ghostwriters, right? That track, I just looked at something called Jumbotron that him and Lil Yachty did, and Metro Boomin, who was with Future and them dissing Drake, and at the beginning of this, released a reference track where Lil Yachty rapped the whole verse, but when you look at the song that Drake and him did, Drake actually took his second verse and the hook and rapped it, and Lil Yachty didn't say nothing, and it made Drake look like he's bigger than he was. This is what Meek Mills, when he revealed he had a ghostwriter and a reference track, and that's what I'm saying. Black people get used by non-black people or half-black people to become great. Lil Yachty and all these different people.
I talk, but I'm just saying, because you said Frederick Douglass, so I'm trying to understand what you meant about that, because when I read Frederick Douglass, I don't hear that. I did a video on my YouTube showing that Frederick Douglass and his key points was opposite to Marcus Garvey, because I was doing something back toward Umar Johnson. But opposite, is that true though?
Right, because he was against the ideology. I went and I did a video on that. Like you can always go back and look at that, and I showed you the speeches, exactly his power, his main point.
But they wasn't even around at the same time, man. I mean, like, he can't be opposite, because this is what I'm trying to just understand. Like, I could understand when people say,
let me look up his birthday, because they both was around at the same time.
Not Marcus Garvey and no, not Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey. But
let me look.
Yeah, look it up. Maybe I'm wrong, but there's other people that, you know, a different age. But let me see here.
Let me just look the dates up real quick, because it's been over a year since I since I did that video. Because Umar Johnson is another one. These niggas is not pro-black. They're not Pan-African. Umar is a Pan-American. You
Well,
understand? So
I'm not saying I agree with Umar. You know, it's just I want to see about Frederick Douglass here because he got some. But look here, man. Frederick Douglass is like 1817. That's when he's born. You know what I'm saying? Marcus Garvey is when? Marcus Garvey. Let me see here. Marcus Garvey.
so
Boom.
Marcus Garvey. Okay,
That's like 50 years later. So 40, 50 years later, right? He's the turn of the century. Frederick Douglass isn't. He's like the turn of the other century before Marcus Garvey. But in any case,
Right.
the reason, what I was just thinking about is that it's not really, you don't really mean Frederick Douglass. You just mean like, because he has, look, Frederick Douglass, he has others in his age, you know, in his time that were
Right.
was against what he was saying, obviously, but it ain't Frederick Douglass. Let me see here. Who are these cats? Who was it? What intellectuals? This is embarrassing. I got to look this up, but
It's all right. I mean, doing the same thing because I can't remember all this stuff. I'm just, I just pull from, especially with Umar Johnson naming his school from of two different.
It's the boys, bro. That's who you talk about, right? I got it's some others, it's many, but it was many. But all right. Anyway, now that we got
Du Bois. Yeah, I mentioned him earlier. Yeah, and there's people like them, especially with Du Bois and them that created the archetypes that you see now, the Martin Luther Kings, the Angela Rye, the Roland Martins. But when you really look at them now, that because the nature and what the dominant negative Caucasian rulers are doing is causing them to still reverberate the same thing that people who was in the struggle, who was trying to tell a lot of these people that we're calling coons now, right? You had the house, these are house niggas back in the slave days. That's what a lot of black people are not understanding. They are modern day house niggas who's in the field who want to be in the house. They confused, but the field people.
Yeah. He live in a mansion. He's
right.
Real, he's living in a mansion.
Right. But see, he's not a field nigga. He's a pretender. He's a pop artist and all of that. But the point
is he a house one? Is he?
He's a house. He's what you call, he's mixed, because he would be what the slave master who had sex with a black woman.
If he mixed or not, he's in the house, yo.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but he's originally, but he's the type. He would be like the preacher who was allowed to be the spokesperson for both sides. See, Drake plays that part. He's a mixed person from the slave master and the slave, and he's also able to be the preacher, because the preacher, the light skin, a lot of the preachers we had were light skin who had the power to do what they had to do, and you had dark skin preachers too, but they all was working for the system. And that's why I brought that up about Lil Yachty and the rest of them. How is Drake the biggest rapper? It's because the music industry catered to certain things, and he used black people's talent. Right. They gave him all of this. Just again, this is what happened. So what you're looking at is still the plantation scenario still playing out. All the people that's complaining now is in the field. And a lot of the field people that's out here say, yeah, the master doing this, and look at his workers. But secretly, a lot of them want to be in the house. That's Roland Martin. All of them talk pro-black because I listen to them. When they complain about white people all the time, but when you look at them, you're a Mason, you're part of the NAACP, you're a coon. You're a field dude that made it into the house partially, but you want to take black talking points from Marcus and other people who said, man, we ain't hearing that. And this is why we still in the confused state, because we're ignoring the recipe of stuff. That's why when these rappers get into it, well, look what happened when Ice Cube got into it with NWA. He did a song called Be True to the Game, and he had a part in there. He was like, No, before that, when he went to NWA, he said, y'all let a Jew break up my crew. And then true to the game, he said, you want to be white or a Jew, but ask yourself, who are they to be equal to? It's still there. But only because Ice Cube knew all of that, because he came up on the Public Enemy when he went solo. He knew about that. Professor Griff was there. He hung out with them. He knew all this black stuff. But look what he's doing now. He did a song, him, Ice Cube, and Chuck D did a song called Burn Hollywood Burn in 1989. Now look at this nigga. He all in Hollywood. This is what I'm telling y'all. All of these fools are house niggas pretending to be in the field, or they used to be in the field and they done got in the house and pretend and use black talking points. Ice Cube that I came up on, he did a song, like NWA them did a song when they was dissing Eazy-E. Matter of fact, Ice Cube did a song when he was dissing Eazy-E on No Vaseline. He got an Eazy-E. He said, I'll never have dinner with the president. I'll never have a dinner with the president. And then he said something. Then I look at it, he was trying to have a conversation with Biden and Trump with a contract with Black America. House nigga, please.
Hey, Beverly, why are you on here with two profiles? You on here with two profiles, Bev? I got to cut one off. Yeah, go ahead.
So what about this? What I'm saying, we're watching the coonery and the hypocrisy, and it don't make the same thing with Tupac. Tupac came onto the scene with the Black Panther stuff and Tupacalypse Now and talking about all that. But at the end of the game, look what he did. He sold out. That's what he did. All of them is selling out. You can't believe nothing they saying because
but don't you think that's like, well, now I don't want to dismiss what you're saying or belittle it, but let me see. How could I say this? I guess what you're trying to say is somewhat self-evident, right?
Right.
What it is. I mean, that's how I could look at it. Like, that's why, because for me, it is self-evident because it's the music industry. You know, Pumpkin, your mic is making a lot of noise. Can you mute it? Yeah, because I don't know how to change your settings, but let me see. Yeah, something going on. Or is that you, Tar?
That ain't me.
Okay, because I hear a whole bunch of them. Hey,
yeah,
Pumpkin,
I think she
hop off and then hop back up.
Yeah, she's trying to get it
and then
together.
Hop back up. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it'll help if she hop up and then come back on.
But that's the point that I'm saying is that we need to wake up from all the distractions, and that, you know, all these people that's living good as far as black people is concerned. Huh?
I'm just looking at this at the Black Zionist. He says, "Shalom, everybody. I'm here."
Oh yeah, got a drink. Yeah, I mean it's true. You know, but because you can't overlook the behind the behind the powers that's moving this stuff around, because now it's coming out. What's happening to Drake is what Kendrick is doing is kind of like a Cat Williams for the rap world.
So now, yeah. So do you put Kendrick in the same box?
I feel. Let me. Right, but let me give you something to look at. If you go back and watch Jaguar Wright's interviews on Real Life, right, the last couple of the videos, right, she's obviously. She said yesterday that they was asking why she waits so long to come out. She said, because this is from yesterday. She said, I waited till all the crimes that I committed would no longer, the statute of limitations be up, right? And now she's talking. She mentioned she saved some people from Epstein Island. I didn't like the interviewer, and I've said some under the video. I said, y'all letting this woman say certain things.
Black Zion is cool, bro. Go ahead, Ty.
Right, and she did, and they not asking questions that had that been me. And she told me she saved two females that was supposed to go to a Rick Ross video They took their IDs and phones and all that, raped them and drugged them up, and put them all over the place, and then put them in video. She said they do this so if they ever get out or they escape and call the police or something and said that I was done this, that, and the third, they can pull the videos up of them being in different videos, and the police will see them and say, well, it didn't look like you've been sex trafficked and all of that. And she said these two women, she saved them from Epstein Island. They got on a boat and they was with her for a long time. They wouldn't talk and all of that. The dude did not ask her, how the hell did you end up in a boat getting two females off of Epstein Island? He didn't ask her when this was or none of that. Now, when I cross-reference this with the QAnon stuff and other things I was seeing in the conspiracy section a couple years ago, they were saying that this is something that they've been doing, trying to knock out the bad people in the governments before JFK was killed. Now, according to them, they say that JFK put a small group of people together called Q, and they only took orders from him and says other stuff. So when she talks like this, she said that 2 days ago, she said that everything y'all seeing with Cat Williams and them, she said this has been 10 years in the making. So that means there's some other higher up people who are working together to make it where people like her and Kendrick can come out. Now, I said this to say this. Kendrick is in the game. Anybody that's successful in hip hop or entertainment all done did some kind of ritual. I got a quote with Jag on my video where she admitted that she did a blood oath ritual. And the guy never asked her why and what did that, you know, come to, huh?
With who?
Jaguar. She did an interview with some YouTube. I got the clip on my YouTube where she admits to doing a blood oath, and she was actually in a relationship with Jay-Z, but she had to marry another guy to make it look good on the optics. This is the stuff that these people are doing behind the scenes in order to cover up whatever they're doing. Now Drake is coming out. This dude.
Hold on. You talking about the lady who used to be a drummer, or
she was a backup singer? She was a backup singer. She hung out with Black Root. No. Jaguar Wright.
Hold on. The lady I'm talking about, not Jaguar. The lady she's talking to was working for Beyonce, right?
No, she's talking. I don't know. I just know that real life is where she be over there with that on that blue couch, Charleston White, all them different people. Nature Boy X follows us over there. It's a pretty good YouTube as far as like they get some good people over there. They just not really good when the questioning when they say certain things that they should stop and like go a little bit deeper. Orlando Brown was just over there last week. You know,
look, man, look, check this out. I think what you're talking about is it's one of these Beyonce ex drummers, man. It was a lady though, bro. Let me just make sure I understand this right. If this is the lady you talking about here, is this the lady you talking about? Hold on.
Nia Wesley is
Let me just. I don't want to. Well, I could play all of
in
it.
the house. Nia, what is going on?
Guys, I cannot make this stuff up. Beyonce's ex-drummer of 7 years, she is seeking a restraining order against Beyonce. She's accusing her of dark magic, witchcraft, tapping into her phone bill, and basically controlling her finances, harassing her. She's saying the Beyonce camp.
Okay, that's not who you're talking about.
No. Jaguar Wright is real famous. She showed up like a couple years ago, right around the pandemic, and started putting out all this stuff about these entertainers. She's been talking about Diddy and them for over 3 years. I've been following her ever since because I was in the conspiracy section and I had already had prior knowledge of all this stuff and the dark web and all of that. So when she came out, you know, I had already been hearing this stuff since 2007. And I got it's a guy I used to be friends with for years who used to be in the industry and he didn't follow up because of that. Jaguar right there, right. So, yeah, she be over there on Real Life. But if you go into Real Life YouTube and look at the latest joints, you will see her having these conversations. And because of they went through so much stuff.
This right here?
Yeah, let me see. That ain't the latest one, is it?
1 month ago.
No, she got one up to date. Like if you look at the one like right there, that's that one. That's the next to the latest one that she had. The first one you looking at with the brown and white on. But when you go into that, a lot of them done been and did so much stuff that they be wilding out. That's why Orlando Brown's he'll talk straight for a little while and then he bugs out because of the things that they seen and done, and that's what the public is not used to that. So like the lady who was talking about Beyonce, it's true. Beyonce and them are playing in witchcraft. If you look at the hand signals that they do in the Illuminati in Hollywood and the covering the eye, this is the stuff that they do, but most black people don't think this stuff exists. And that's the problem. That's why I don't like talking to black folks who don't really look at everything. They want to look at the stuff that looks normal, but when you get into demonic and satanic stuff, that stuff ain't normal. They have to hurt people. They have to kill animals and do rituals. If you don't understand that through research, and you just think that these people are just talking out their ass, something is wrong with you, because the world is not Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. It's people who do these things. Go ahead.
Boogeyman Bob is here. Yo, what's up? Long time. Hey, go ahead. All right, hold on. Now, Beverly, you said you like Drake. Hello? You there, Bev? You there? I don't think you can. Can you hear me, Bev?
We see her, but we can't hear her.
Yeah, I can't hear her either. She not, maybe it's something wrong with her audio again.
No Drizzy. That's like no Diddy.
Yeah.
They about to go. This is what I wanted to add. So Kendrick I think is also part of this team that they got caught doing some things, and they working with these folks behind the scene to expose what they're doing.
Andrea say, I don't know about these people or keep up with the rap genre. I'm going to keep it that way. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because the rap is a business. That's why they said, it's not about the rap. It's now. Before years ago, all thing we knew was just what they were saying back and forth over the music. Now people's business is coming up. Now Lamar is adding in things that I already seen. I already knew. We did videos. I told I lost my big channel exposing Drake. I got videos where it showed lyrics and album covers and these dudes. I mean, Drake, remember when he put that heart in his haircut? That's a pedophile symbol for boy and girl lover. I got videos of Cyndi Lauper on stage with a pedophile symbol on a concert she did some years ago. When the girls want to have fun, these are pedophiles in front of y'all, but y'all not understanding it. But they showing you the symbols because I done studied it so much. Every time I look at something come on, I'm already seeing it. So of course, that's why he's being called a pedophile by Kendrick Lamar and all that, because they're doing this stuff. But it's hard because a lot of people are brainwashed by the music and what they're putting over the music. Before they put it out, they put spells over these music, over the master of the CD, right? It's a white guy who came out years ago who said they used to make up, say, me and you create an album. We do what we gonna do with it and turn it in to send it to the company to do whatever, to listen to it. But the guy said back in the 80s, they used to put the master of music in a pentagram in one of the buildings and do double enchantments on the music, and then they would put a demon on whatever song they wanted to go number one, and that's how they used to tell you before you put out a song. They pick the song and say this song gonna go number one, and it go number one. That was not by coincidence. So when you understand, what you figure out is everything they doing is controlled, right? The same way they saying the football games, a lot of football dudes are now coming out saying that the games are rigged, right? I sent you something this morning where that basketball player who was a basketball player for the NBA for 12 years It's telling you that the women in that say black basketball players don't get scandals because they paying women $60,000 a month because these are sex workers who messing with 3 NBA players at a time getting paid $20,000 a piece. So this is what y'all gotta understand. This is why I keep putting out the videos on Leviathan being a sex force. Go to my YouTube, you see everything that's coming out. Sex is the basis behind it. Deviant sex, whatever the case is, it's all a criminal organization. And that's what Kendrick Lamar is doing. He's doing a Cat Williams to Drizzy, but it's going beyond him because now they saying Drizzy got fake security company. He got 20 shell companies. They're digging now. It ain't just the pedo stuff he doing, that pulling up. He was 30-something mixing with a girl when she just turned 16. He going to Dave and Buster's buying out the whole thing where his young girls at. And he's R. Kelly. He's doing the R. Kelly. And there's people online who've been saying this last 5 years, but nobody will pay them attention. The same way that unknown comedian made that joke about Bill Cosby and drugging people's drinks. Now you can go back when Cosby was on Larry King talking about that. It's movie clips of Bill Cosby talking about that. When he was in the 70s, they had a scene they showed where a woman came in the club talking about she wanted him to spike her drink. And he was like, I can make that happen. He's on an album doing a comedy back in the 60s talking about drugging a woman with all of that. So the thing is, and they hung out with what they say in the house that Diddy had, right? Had tunnels under it, and they went all the way up to the guy from the Playboy Mansion, Hugh Hefner. They went to his house. What do you think these people been doing?
Oh, go ahead, Beverly. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I've been having trouble with this. You asked me, do I like Drake? Yeah, I like Drake. But, you know, as far as he just said, as far as having tunnels in those houses, a lot of those mansions that those guys bought, a lot of those mansions in Florida that are old, they have tunnels because they were put, Al Capone, the gangsters went to Florida and put them in during prohibition. So, you know, I like Drake. I'm not into conspiracy theories and all of this, you know, this is just my opinion. I'm not into all of this conspiracy theories and the gentleman that's speaking, I heard he was talking about Frederick Douglass and those, and you know, those back in the day, they were the intellects of my mom's generation, my grandmom's generation, you know, and the elders' generations. And
are you talking about Garvey?
Excuse me? I was talking about, he said something about Frederick Douglass and I was saying that they're the, you know, they were the intellectuals of their times, you know, and everybody seems to want revolution. But my question to those who want a revolution, as Blacks, what do we have to sustain a revolution? Because you have rhetoric, you have thoughts, you have all of that, but you don't have an economic power. You have to have an economic base. You have to have I'm saying military, but you have to have weapons. What can you go up against?
There's a lot of stuff we don't have.
To me, for revolution, first of all, you got to be.
But it depends on how you define revolution.
No, but I'm saying, most people that you hear talk about revolution, they want to go toe to toe with gun to gun with the powers that be. As well, I don't like the way that things are in this country. I'm not, I'm not one of these Blacks who, they, I'm not. the way it goes. I'm not one of these black people that's all gung-ho over
Well,
white people.
I think you asked a good question. Like, do you have what it takes? Well, you know, what do you have for this revolution? You know,
Right.
I think that was know,
Exactly. That's my point.
but-
Exactly.
and
You don't
I
have.
was, yeah, go
Wait,
ahead.
let me say this. We as
Mhm.
blacks don't have any economic stability to sustain ourselves if we go off by ourselves. You bring it, we'll be back down in poverty. Yes, people go, like he said, referred to Ice Cube is in Hollywood making money. That's the
Mhm.
key to the game right now. Until
Mhm.
all black people have economic power, the powers that be are the ones that have the money, and to exist and have a decent life. These are the people we have to get our money. First, you have to work on getting economic power, education, economic power. People call them the boule. Yes, they do call them the boule, but these are the people with money. Then you got the forces that want the revolution pulling against this. There's no unity. You have to have black unity before you can have a revolution. That's just my opinion.
But yeah, but I hear you, and I agree. There's when you're dealing with that facet, those elements, you know, those components that you might need. But for me, you know, personally, I think, I mean, it's just my personal view. I think there's only one thing black, if you're talking about black Americans or you're talking about black people, you know, in general, African people, right? Diaspora, because of the colonization, you know, suffer from. I think the main thing is just the mental revolution. Like if you're not down with the revolution of the mind, then
Right.
you're not.
That's what I'm talking about.
You know, you're not with any other. No other can help you. You know, if any other element is going to help you, you have to have the revolution of the mind first, in your mind and outside from there on. You know, so in that kind of way, you know, I don't mind hearing about any type of conspiracy because I don't have to necessarily understand it, or I could understand it. And even if I understand it, maybe I agree with some elements, maybe I don't. It's up for the person to decide ultimately, you know, but that's why I don't mind hearing different perspective, because it allows me to look through the different aspects of this thing. You know what I mean? I get to hear everybody's perspective on it and consider it, think about it. But for me, it's the mental thing. And I think that's enough. I think once you get the mental thing, I think the mental thing is the most dangerous. And I think that's the thing what Tar might be alluding to also with this kind of programming. And they call it programming. It's TV, it's YouTube, also it's rap videos, it's all those things. So I think the people that benefit from the diaspora or African people or black people, or however you want to see it, that benefit from us not being at our best. Those are the tools they would use. They would be the mental tools to kind of keep us from being at our best first. If they could use the mental tools, those would be the soft weapons. You know what I'm saying? The soft weaponry is the programming and these rap videos where they exploit women and exploit men too, exploit people, dumb people down. I mean, you know, and then lack of education, access to education. You know, I think that's the for me, that's the biggest problem, you know, overall. So I believe some of this stuff. Like, I'm not counting out the warlock. You know, I heard the first person I heard the warlock chanting on records thing and playing records backwards and putting them was the Black Hebrew Israelites, you know, but this is like 20 something years ago. And when I heard that, I was like, what? Like, and then the dude played me a tape, and I was listening to the tape, and it was supposed to be a woman warlock or a woman witch on the top of some tower in New York putting a spell on a record. And I was like, something ain't right here. Like, so I didn't really believe it back then, but don't get me wrong. As far as it being, you don't have it, that could be a literal thing, but either way, if it doesn't have to be literal for me to believe it. Like, if that's not literal, I don't care, because to me, the music industry and the entertainment industry is casting spells anyway. whether they got somebody at the top of a building praying on it or not. It's a spell. You know what I mean? It's programming. Like they literally tell you it's programming. You know, so I don't have to believe in the warlock to believe in the spell. In other words, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I don't believe in witchcraft at all.
What's up, Ralph? Yeah, you don't believe it, but
I don't believe in witchcraft. I'm a Christian. I don't believe in witchcraft, and I know
Christians
people
believe in witchcraft.
That's right. The book of Revelation talks about the deepness of Satan and magic and all that. That's what I'm saying.
I've read Revelations. I'll go back and read it again, but I've never heard them refer to. Maybe I missed it. I'm not going to say it ain't in there, but I've read it and I've never read it. But like I said, you know, and the gentleman before Ralph came up, he said that something about Drake had a ghostwriter. Well, everybody has.
Ralph's not up here. That's not Ralph. That's Tar. Hold on, let me drop the link for Ralph too. Come on, go ahead.
You know,
and anybody else? Anybody can
Ralph.
hop up. Yeah, anybody can hop up.
Yeah. So you know, but like I said, you know, you got all these people talking these conspiracy. What happened to common sense? Most black people today, and I'm not saying all, most black people today don't have common sense. They take any, excuse my expression, but they take any bullshit story and run with it. Jaguar Rice, she has mental health issues. Her son even says she has mental health issues. You can tell. You know, she has mental health issues.
Does that mean she lying?
Right.
Does that mean she lying?
I don't know if she do. There's truth in everything. I don't doubt that. But my point of it is everybody's sitting up here following this woman and this and that. And I'm talking in general now about a lot of things. Conspiracy theories have taken over America. What happened to common sense? People, and I'm talking about black people because I am black. What happened to black people used to think before? People don't have common sense. Nobody got it. To me, it seems like nobody got common sense anymore. Anybody come out with a bullshit story, this is what they do. They sit there and they follow them. Not saying that there ain't some truth into it, because I don't know what the truth is. You know, I listen to everything. I don't know what the truth is. But some of the stuff they come out with, and I'm willing to learn anything. I'm open to anything. If anybody can give me solid proof that I'm wrong, I'm willing to accept it. But you know.
Well, you know, I mean, I would just say this. You know, my personal view is like, to me, it's just wordplay. If it's a spell or if it's a program, if it's a slick program designed to get you to do something that you otherwise would not do, then that's the same thing. You know what I mean? Like just meddling with people, toying with people, you know, controlling the outcomes, you know, using your power over somebody else to get them to do something that goes against their best interests, you know, whatever people want to call it. But it could be sly and seductive. It doesn't all have to be forceful, physical force that makes people do things. It could be, you know, soft power too. And when I look at the entertainment industry, it seems like it constitutes a soft power, like a propaganda base. And the mind is powerful. You know, you can convince people of anything, you know, essentially, especially if you have the money to, if you have the access to the avenues to distribute your conversation, you know, so, or your message, you know, that's how I look at it. But I agree with you also, Beverly. I mean, you know, some of it can be troubling, but that's what we're here to talk about. Because how do you know if something is a conspiracy if you can't prove it? And how do you know that something is true if you can't prove it? Same way.
Exactly. My point exactly. Everybody has all these theories, but nobody don't really have proof. Not enough proof to convince me that I'm wrong.
yeah. But Funky Man was like, yeah, because that was my thought too. Like, because to believe in witchcraft, at least Christians, some Christians, they actually practice it. But other Christians believe in it because they want to fight against witchcraft. That's what a lot of them say. You know, I mean, that's the whole thing about, you know,
right,
being an idol worshiper and all of that, you know. But in any case, it's all good. It's all good.
I mean, you know, everybody's entitled to their to their opinions.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, I
It's a-
don't knock anybody for the opinion because because I have an opinion doesn't mean my opinion is right and yours is wrong. But like I
Mhm.
said, you got to give me more proof before I go following something. And right now, revolution ain't the thing right now for us as a people. We got too much other
Yo,
little
Ralph,
things that we have to
Yo,
get.
you there,
So
bro?
Ralph,
I'm
what
right
you
here.
got to say, Ralph? Because I
Yeah.
know you got something to say.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ralph. Go ahead.
I mean, what do you mean? I got
What's up,
something to
brother?
say. Like, what do you mean? What do you want me to say? I mean,
I know
I
that
got.
sounds derogatory.
No, Ralph, no, I like to mess with him. 'Cause Ralph,
Like, damn, you
Ralph,
ain't
every
supposed to have
time I
nothing to
say
say,
something,
Ralph.
Ralph got
Ralph
a
got something to
counterpoint.
say.
He can come and talk what I
Ralph
said. So
always
go
got
ahead.
something to
I'm
say.
ready for it now.
Yo, what's
Nah,
up, Ralph?
I was on my positive vibe. I was gonna let you breathe, but I did want to say, like, as far as this Drake issue,
hmm
the Drake issue, like, it should have been called out almost 10 years ago when he got that Sprite commercial with LeBron. Um, the way he's been stealing music from Bryson Tiller, the way he's been stealing music from with Cash Money, they giving him artists and giving them people songs. The way that he's always indulged in talking about shorty underage and preying on making the type of music he puts in for women to have low self-esteem. So they should have been caught up with him. I remember when Drake was on 106 and Park with Trey Songz, and you know, young girls, they would have young girls come up on the stage and hug and whatever, and he would tell young girls, "Don't worry about it. Trey Songz is the only man he kisses." And
What? You
yo,
serious?
he's on 106 in Park saying it to the world. You know, looking sweet as I don't know what, rubbing on Trey Songz.
Oh, you serious, man?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. All this craziness.
But that's what they say. But what's wrong with
No,
that?
it's on video. You can actually pull it up and look at it. It's on video.
I'm only saying wow because I didn't know. That's what I'm not saying wow.
I mean, we used to watch Baby kiss Lil Wayne mad times, and everybody still think they was men and hard with the rhymes because of the money. The spell is in the music and people who want to. Again, this is I want to be in the house. Negro syndrome. Niggas is tired of being in the field broke.
Wait a minute now. I don't want to be in nobody's house but my own. So
yeah, but again, this is to those who it apply, but still, it's a bigger situation. Regardless, if you want to be an American dream, that means you want to be in the house because the American dream was created by a Caucasian. So if the Caucasian say get a house, a white picket fence, 2 cars, a bank account, that means
I want to be. Well, then I am a house Negro, as you say, because I do want my own to live in my own house. But I think because you want to live in a house, you want to live in a decent area, and you want to send your children to good schools. You want your children to go to school, get a college education. That don't make you a house nigga. That just makes you somebody that wants
missing the point.
Because you can have all of that.
That makes you cater to Uncle Sam. That means you cater to Uncle Sam.
You can have all of that and still be pro-black because the average this is my opinion again, the ones from my experience, the average pro-black people I have met ain't about shit.
Oh, Beverly,
they don't come out with it.
No, but this is the point.
I don't mean to curse, but that's my point. You're entitled to your opinion, but calling everybody that don't agree with your opinion a house nigga, that's wrong in my estimation.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm telling you again, is the American dream African-minded created or Caucasian created? If you can answer that, then you just killed your whole.
It's an American. Of course, the American dream wasn't made for black people, but black people wanted it, and we achieved it. And I'm not going to apologize to anybody.
No, I'm not saying that.
In life.
I'm
For
not
me,
saying
wanting
that.
the better things in life doesn't make me not pro-black. I am pro-black. I
No,
am who
what I'm
is.
saying is you being defensive about something I'm not saying. I'm saying that we all, again, the same thing with the housing industry. If you look at that, before it wasn't a housing industry because they needed money. People have built their own homes at a certain point in America. Again, the Jew got involved, created the housing industry, and then now people had to pay to get a house, and mortgage was time when they didn't have that. So when you
Well,
start
but
looking,
wait a minute. That was wilderness time. I don't live in the wilderness. I live in a major city. I
we
live in
all
New Jersey in a major
again,
city.
we're not. What I'm saying is you're trying to defend you. I'm speaking before that. This is the problem that we're having because people don't want to admit that they've been tricked. That what you're doing is a defense mechanism of what we all been had. That's the point that I'm saying. This is
Well,
not about,
enlighten me on this. How is it a defense mechanism to want to live on your own house, to have your own house, have your own money, and have your own property, and want things in life? How is that?
because that's not
How
how
have I been tricked?
we all been tricked because there was a point in time when people built their own houses or made it
They
out.
built the houses because it was wilderness times. This ain't wilderness time.
No, what I'm
Ain't a
trying to
farm,
tell
ain't a-
you is if you study the origin of the housing market and see who controls it, look at what it was before that. They
It
tricked
don't
us.
matter who controls it. The powers that be. Those are the powers that we
All right,
have
so hold
now.
on. Can I get it in for a little second?
Wait a minute. Let
Go
me
ahead.
say this, Ralph, and then you can. The powers that be, they're the ones that got the money. And you keep saying the Jews control it. That's another thing. Jews don't control everything. That's what they want you to believe. They control everything.
I'm
They
not.
don't
I didn't
control
say
it.
that.
They are a powerful entity because they stick together. You
That's
see
not
what they
just-
did to Candace Owens. She made one remark about Palestine, which I agreed with her. That is a genocide against the Palestinian people. And she made one remark, and the whole Jewish community turned on her. They stick together, and I admire that. That's what the black community doesn't have. That's why the black community now is no further than they
You
are.
all look
And you
frustrated.
talking the way you talking. Now go ahead, Ralph. Say what you got to
Yeah,
say.
I
I'm
don't.
done.
Okay, go ahead,
ahead,
Ralph,
Ralph.
and then I'll go after
All
that.
right, so look, I agree with Tar a lot with this, but the fact of the matter is, we don't understand. Like a lot of people, when it comes to, I think I'm gonna put it within a time frame, different time frames of people. I think like we see it completely different. The housing market is owned by the banks, it's owned by someone else. You will never own your home because you have to consistently pay taxes on it. You can't take it with you. So this is the monopoly game on a home. That's an American dream they told you to follow because they know you cannot maintain it forever. And it's always to go back to revenue towards their people or the state. So it's a circle effect. You can buy your home right now at $100,000, and if your home is appreciated or depreciate, it don't matter because whoever gets it, and when it gets to that point, it might not be your time or the next time, or 200 years down the line. Someone's going to upbuild that house. That community is going to be different, and it's not going to be yours. You don't own nothing. That's the dream.
Right, but I was like you said, if you go
There's
back,
nothing wrong with a dream. There's nothing wrong with a dream as long as it's a positive dream.
but you
Hey,
dream.
but Ralph, let me
I-
ask you. Sorry,
ahead.
Tar. Hold on. Sorry. Let me just ask him this. I like what you just said because it's reality. It's the real. I mean, the part about you paying taxes, and if you don't pay your taxes, you can lose it. And those taxes go to the government, and the government is funding things that could be useful to you or harmful. And when so justice, how the justice system works, and being acknowledged as a community counts a lot when you pay taxes, because those taxes that you pay are supposed to work for you, not against you. They're supposed to help you, not harm you. So, but I got one question in terms of that. Should people be able to own it? And the reason why I say that is because, like, let's say you own that property, that land. Nobody else. Once you, in the beginning of the country, there was 200,000 people. What if those 200,000 people owned everything? And then they would agree with you too. Yeah, you know, lower the taxes, right? But nobody else would ever be able to own any land either. So, but go ahead.
That's right. No one would, if it was the way it was supposed to be, it'd be a certain amount of people who own things, and you will never have enough to get for yourself again. Now, the pick up point of the taxes is to make sure we can always strip something for you so someone else can have. And then you get other little things. That's like in Baltimore when they put up the Johns Hopkins Hospital. They made sure they kicked every black person who had a home out of that home to tear it down to put up this hospital. So not only you can own your home and own your land, they say if we still really want it, you still got to give it up or we'll be taking it by force.
They call that eminent domain. They call that eminent domain, and
that's what it's called, right? Eminent domain. Yep, that's it. That's exactly what that's called.
So it's that American dream is a false process of white reality to get people to understand we want to be like white folks, but live better. We all doing it to live better, but it's only the dream for the white.
I have the dream. My parents had the dream. They lived the American dream. We owned the house. I grew up in a house. They have another thing that if you and this goes for anybody, if you own a home and you're elderly and you need to go to a nursing home, like they let you go in the nursing home. Medicaid let you go in the nursing home, whether you have Medicaid or not. And this is happening to white people. They just happening to black people, that the people that when they die, Medicaid comes in, the government comes in and tells you they owe your home. I just read an article about that, and people were so upset they didn't know it. And they
Hold
said
on,
they
what?
would
Say
tell
that
it.
again?
But I
Medicaid.
knew it.
Medicaid and homeowning.
If you go into a nursing home and you own a home, the government takes it, the Medicare, the things that you get, like the long-term care, the nursing care and stuff you get when you go into those facilities. When you die, the state comes in and they take it. I read a story a couple of days ago about a white family. They didn't know this. But see, I know a lot about Medicaid and all of that stuff because my sister was she was a social worker. She worked for the Board of Social Services. She worked for
You talking about Medicaid? You talking about
Medicaid takes
lien.
your home. The state through Medicaid takes your home. If you own a home, they let you live in it. They let the family live in it until the person dies. Once the person dies, they hit them with a medical bill. So say, for example, if you go into a nursing home and you stay 5-10 years, you know what kind of medical bills that is. That adds up to. They tell you this is what you owe the state, and they put a lien on your house. Now, I don't agree with that. But they
because do they pay?
Did
they pay? Yeah, but don't they have like life insurance?
So what people do is what in the state of New Jersey they do. If you own a home, you have to get rid of your home, and it has to be over 2 years, and they can't touch your house. That's what they do. That's how they do it. So you have to have someone you can put your in order for your family to keep the house and the state not attach it.
Don't that make you want to say forget Medicaid? Like, why the hell would somebody want Medicare and Medicaid? Like that's what like a lot of the old people be looking. Not saying you, but that's what a lot of the old people be saying. Well, get your retirement and get Medicaid. And why don't y'all get Medicare and put the kids on that?
Not Medicare, like, not Medicare. Medicare doesn't.
I'm saying in general. I'm talking about all of those things. Those are things I always hear the older people. Medicaid and Medicare and all this retirement. And I look at these kids, they be sick.
What's up, David? Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
So and I know Todd been trying to say something for a minute, so I'm gonna be quiet. But Just look at what we're saying here. And that's all the stuff that the Democrats offer. Something to take from you when you got something when it goes
And
wrong.
they all offer it. The Democrats and the Republicans, they all offer stuff to take away. But they take away from everybody. That Medicare thing, that Medicaid thing is, my sister worked for welfare for 42 years. So I know the do's and don'ts, what to do as far as Medicaid. Because she used to tell me all the time, Section 8, Medicaid. I know people who get Section 8, they'll stop working. They'll stop work, do something to get fired, or stop working so their rental stay low when they start making money. I never fell for it because first of all, I didn't come from that type of family. I came from a family that was always working. My father always worked. Everybody in my family always worked. So I didn't come from a welfare family, But I know people who do. They just get caught up in it. Welfare is a trap. That's a trap, and that's what I mean by not needed. There's so many little things in the Black community that we need to fix before we can even consider it having a revolution. And reparations, my thing on reparations is, first of all, you need to teach most Black people financial literacy, because first thing Black people do is go buy a Cadillac. They live in an apartment, because I used to didn't understand this when I was younger, because we didn't own a car. We took the bus and, and traveled by train everywhere we went, wherever we went. We rode in, But my mom used to say, because the people across the street, they had new cars, they had this, that, and the other, but they all live in rented apartments. We lived in a house. And she instilled that. Now that I'm older, I understand what she meant. You have a house to live in. Nobody can tell you what you can do and what you can't do in your own home. So we got so many
you got to pass that house on to somebody before you start using your Medicaid and things like that.
Yeah, before you get it, before you go to a nursing home.
When you retire, it's a good idea for your family to start looking at those factors. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to have something like Medicare, or Medicaid. I'm sorry, Medicaid. I think they say when it's a Medicaid lien, right? You don't want them to lean on your home, because, I mean, I don't really understand that. To me, it seems like it's another way to kind of mess up universal health care. Like, just the fact that you want health care, nobody's to blame for their health. You shouldn't punish people for having health problems. That means you shouldn't be able to take something from them because they have their health problems, outside of the fact that you're making loads of money on the fact that every single working person pays some taxes. And you could use some of that tax money to provide health care for them, for everybody. It shouldn't even go beyond that into your property, because you're paying it in advance in taxes. Everybody, you know how much money that is? That's loads of money.
But most people don't understand the origin of the welfare system. The welfare system was put in place by Franklin Roosevelt during the Depression, when he became president, to put people back to work.
Yeah, Roosevelt. Yeah.
Right, Franklin Roosevelt, to put people back to work. The welfare system was set up, Social Security was set up, so if anything like that was ever to happen again, it would protect older people. When they retire, they would have money. And see, all of these things are antiquated now. They were good for the time. They were like revolutionary in their time. Franklin Roosevelt, he was revolutionary then. He set out things. They had the Farmers Association. It's a name for it, but it was for farmers, to give farmers money to grow or not grow their crops. But the problem was with a lot of this stuff, and it goes on now, is that they turn it back to the states. So you have states like Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. Those are the poorest states. in the United States. Those are the 5 poorest states, and you have them that they're still doing their discriminatory things. And that's the thing I'm saying. Revolution is not going to settle the problem, because it's a lot of Black people don't understand financial situations. They don't understand it. So until, that's what I'm saying. I am the most pro-Black person you could ever meet. I'm all for it. I'm all for Blacks getting what they own. I prefer to live in a all-Black community. I don't want to live around white people, but hey, they the folks that got the money. I gotta eat, and I like to know where I'm gonna lay my head every night. So if I gotta pay them or pay a mortgage, then so be it. I ain't the one to sleep in no damn street. I ain't that.
I hear you.
I
Yeah,
can't do that. I can't be homeless.
But I hear it too, though. But all right.
I can't be homeless. Nah, I can't do that. I mean, I ain't gonna tell a lie. I've been homeless for 4 days, and that was enough for me. I said, and it was cold too. No, and I never, as a kid, I never wanted to run away from home, because I ain't run away from home at no 14. You ain't got no damn job. They gonna find you, bring you back, and then you're in the whole world of trouble. Oh hell no.
Hey, Tom. So what did you? I know you was trying to explain this picket fence agenda, this white dream European agenda. I was trying to hear where you might was trying to take it, because I understood like you put it into a dynamic where, you know what I'm saying, it affects people who thinks far as pro-Black, and also you know what I'm saying, just like who gets through conspiracies. A lot of people don't understand these conspiracies really aren't conspiracies. They're actually truths that you tell yourself whether you want to believe them or not. It's too much truth going in within the music and these homes, the marketing. Everybody wants to promote real estate. Everybody wants to promote owning land. Everybody wants to promote their agenda on music and media, and it's lining up too perfectly to say it's a conspiracy for me.
Yeah, I mean, when people don't realize that the CIA put that word conspiracy out after they took out JFK, and they put that into the streets, in movies and all that stuff. And that's when you go back and you start seeing it, when the person is trying to tell you something. I think Mel Gibson did a movie where he was trying to tell people he was around about what the government was doing. He was rambling off a bunch of facts, but because he was just so hyped with it, people didn't realize, like with JFK, how many of y'all knew that overseas they already had it in the newspaper 24 hours before JFK was dead? They was already promoting that on the newspaper across the world the day before he got killed. So when you say stuff like that, then the movie, when this is stuff that Mel was saying, the dude was, oh man, that's not real. Oh man, come on, man. And it's always the ones who don't have no knowledge is the ones that's saying they don't believe in it. You, first of all, if you don't have no knowledge of a thing, you shouldn't be talking. But they don't understand that. They want to have an opinion, and that's when you're abusing your freedom of speech, because you're ignorantly saying something when you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what the person is saying, and they will always line up in front of you and be the first. Like they say, an empty barrel make the most noise. So if you don't know anything, why are you talking? And this is what we're seeing right now. And because America is being curtailed, they don't realize we're in a time where everything is coming out. I'll give you a quote. I'm not a Christian, but I know how to pick certain things. Like they said, is a quote that Jesus said, before the end, not one stone will go left unturned. So when you're dealing with negative stuff, whether you want to call it evil, devil, Satanism, occult, whatever, those negative forces deal in mystery, ignorance, suppression, oppression, debauchery, paying people off, threatening folks not to tell. That's what all this stuff is. So when you have people like Jag and them come out, right? These are the ones that the negative forces, like Malcolm said, if you ain't careful with the media and the government, they'll have you hating the victim and praising the oppressor. When people say when they're against stuff that we're saying, you are automatically by default defending the oppressor because the oppressor created the situation for you to be like, I didn't know that. A lot of people, I believe, like most people with no facts, that when they said JFK got shot and that was the end of it, or when Martin Luther King got shot, that was the end of it. But then when I started researching, even now, Judge Joe Brown was I think the 28th judge on the Martin Luther King thing, and he said the same thing, that King was not shot by that white man that they locked up. It was a two-man situation. It was a
two-man assassination in the hotel. Yeah,
far from where Martin Luther King was. Jesse was in on it. Another guy, I can't think of his name because they said I just watched it the other day where he ran and ducked back into the room, and they asked this man who was with Martin Luther King, "Why did you duck back into the room?" He said, "Oh, I didn't want to get shot." So the whole thing is when you start paying attention to what they people are labeling it conspiracy because it is. Because if me and Bennett come together and say we finna do something against X, Y, and Z, guess what that is called? Conspiring. So you can't.
Where is the proof?
The proof is this is what I'm saying. All you did is make my point. You don't know where it is, but you're still quick to challenge it. The point is you need to first train yourself.
Research. You need to free yourself of that situation. Do the research and then come talk to me.
What I've read has nothing to do with what he's saying now. I don't know the gentleman's name that was just speaking, right. but I'm saying where the proof.
Talking about Todd.
Direct me to the proof, then I can make my choice. And if you're right, I'm willing to accept it. But everybody comes up with this, but nobody comes up with actual proof.
But when you say that right there is a fallacy. I just gave you one example. You can look up Judge Joe Brown, right? He used to be on television, and type in his name in the JFK trial, and he's gonna come up multiple times. And his memory is so sharp. He remembers the time, the date, the type of gun that it had, the bullet it was, or room number, how far it was, because he was on the case. But they won't tell you that Judge Joe Brown was on something like that. They only want to talk about when he was a judge and when he got fired because he didn't want to take a pay cut, and then he got into it drinking a little bit, this stuff. But if you go and watch Judge Joe Brown, he goes around all these platforms giving you facts of stuff you didn't know. But guess who's not doing that? You don't hear the other black judges, male judges, they not trying to talk about real issues. That's why you only have lone wolves like myself, right, Bennett or Negro Rav, who do the research, who pay attention to that and come back and try to inform those who don't know. But instead of them saying that, it's always a pushback first, and then the defense. See, the programming that we already been taught is in our head already. That's what I was saying. That's the defense mechanism. The defense mechanism will first kick in to defend. The same way if you pull somebody to how many of us have done this? You pull somebody to the side and tell them, say, "Hey, yo, bro, what you just did wasn't right." And before, the first thing they do is defend instead of listening to what you just said. Take it in, process it, then make a decision. Most people in that's programmed, brainwashed, and all of that, like American society around the world, we're programmed to defend against the lie that we were taught. The American dream was a great example because when you look into the American dream, had nothing to do with black people. The same thing when they formed the Constitution, when black people talk about, yeah, we got the right, the freedom of speech. Negro, you was in chains when they was making that.
You know, it reminds me of the American dream. Also reminds me of feminism too. What women say about feminism, black women, they say it didn't have black women in mind.
Right.
And yeah, it's a similar dynamic.
Because feminism was the white woman's problem with her man. The black woman was getting her butt handed to her the same way with us equally. And they didn't get no until we got the MLK did that civil rights.
I might have to check that because, like I said in the show before, black women had more rights than white women. The only person who never had, even through a slavery process,
Mhm.
That white woman who was in the house had to get jealous of the black woman that was brought in the house.
Even
The
before
black,
that, it's
yeah.
black women had their own form of feminism before the
Mhm.
feminist movement.
Before the feminist movement, the black feminists, like the Yoruba type feminist movement, had aligned with men to make a nation stronger.
Mhm.
The Southern and the Western African who went by these feminine ways had bigger territories than anybody. Now, when we look at the woman here in America, like I said, the covert chivalry or white women had nothing. Even in Europe, they were always they was put to the island of coverture. They were put on the island of Lesbos, separated from their man. Every holiday that they had was separated from their family, besides Christmas. Even in Christmas is somewhat separated, but besides Christmas, all Europeans would kick their wives out and go sleep with boys.
Yeah,
Then
and
when
on
we get
Easter,
into America,
don't
they
forget
don't need
about
that.
Easter. Don't forget
Yeah,
about
no,
Easter.
that's what I'm saying.
Hold
All
on,
of them besides
wait a second. Let me see. Hold on. Let's
every
not-
holiday. Listen, out of the 365 days out of the year, half of those days out of the year are devoted towards homosexuality in
Yep.
European eyes.
Only time they did sex with each other is Easter, when they used to paint the eggs, and they used to paint the women and paint each other, and the women will run into the forest and they'll chase them. Whoever they caught, they had sex with.
They had sex with them. It's like chase the bunny. Go chase
That's
the
it.
tail.
That's
Go
what
chase
the
that
bunny
cotton
represents.
tail.
That's right.
Go-
That's why the Playboy bunny was the symbol for sex. The
symbol
rabbit.
for rape. I'm sorry, for grape. But then
There you
again,
go.
not only that, it's really just saying once you find that white cotton booty, white cottontail, that's where that comes from. Well, when
Mhm.
you look at when we come to America, now let's go look at the fact that a white woman could not even own anything in America, and she was basically free. See what I'm saying? She couldn't get any type of assistance or nothing, being that she was basically free unless it was left to her from a man. Now, black women had their own. Black men wrote laws. Black men wrote constitutions. Black people were kind of like presidents at that time. What we saying that black folks couldn't do nothing? The only person I ever seen in this situation was the white woman. And now the white woman after women's right organization and the Axe movement, that's the only time a white woman has ever had power.
And even then, it was a Rockefeller who won.
Hold on. My fault, Todd. Just I wanted to ask Ralph this thing. When you say Christmas, you talking about before Christmas? You talking about like Saturnalia or what you?
Saturnalia, Christmas.
Is that what you're talking about?
Saturnalia, Christmas, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying?
I just want to know because you said Romans, right? Or you said Europeans, or
Europeans, Romans, whatever. All that Caucasian like lookalike is all of that is.
Yeah, the Roman and Greek Empire. They
all
was
of that
doing
is
that.
the same thing to me when they want to get down.
Okay, that's what you mean, Roman and Greek.
Right,
I just wanted to make sure I understood you right.
And this is why black people minds are corrupted, because we celebrate everything that ain't got nothing to do with us. And when you ask them, again, I can pull any black person who loves Christmas and all these stupid holidays. When you show them the truth, they're gonna either say, "Oh, that's what this and that and this and that." They're gonna defend the foolery.
No, what they gonna? Hey, Tom, what they gonna say is, "Well, I've been celebrating it all my life, and it's just fun. It's for the kids. Don't take this from the kids." And
but when you really get into it, all of those holidays are based in homosexuality, fornication, death, great, all of that. But this is why they had to put this information and suppress it for years and have you practicing a thing for a long time. And that the spirit in black people, see, that's the other issue that I always add into it. That's the other part that y'all not aware of. There's a force that I keep talking about called Leviathan.
And then they turn around and say they pro-black, Tom. They do all of that and say, I'm pro-black.
I mean, look, Sarnetta got exposed for celebrating Christmas in his own crib, and he's supposed to be pro-black. So when you look at these things, right, you have to understand that, again, back to my point, there's a negative spirit attached to that's dispatched to all people on the planet, but black people got the most ignorant spirits on them. And that's what is speaking when you bring in truth and facts. The ignorant spirit on the person is communicating through the person arguing back with you. That's the difference between when I'm talking and I'm saying something, I'm aware of that. I know the person is not aware of it because the person, if they go back and forth with you long enough, they will have to admit, well, I really don't know nothing about that. So the question is, what made you argue with me for 30 minutes when you knew you didn't know what I was talking about? That's the spirit part that the person has been suppressed for that time to argue with you. They call that possession, right? It's not the same kind of possession that you see in the scary movie. This is more of a passive aggression possession. And it'll cause you to argue for 50 days. And you can come and back up everything you say, and the spirit is blocking that person's cognitive dissonance. With cognitive dissonance, they can't reason out of a wet paper bag. And you got all the facts laid up, and they'll still argue with you. So that's the problem. That's why Black people cannot unite mentally, because the spiritual aspect is that most of us have ignorant spirits that have us captive, working against the physical person with the other people's spirit, so you can't come together. And when we get through doing all of this, we're gonna go right back to support.
Hey, you talking about socialization? That's how we socialized, man. That's how we programmed.
I know, but that what I'm saying is until our people understand.
That ain't how no niggas socialize. Hell no. I ain't never heard a nigga socialize like that.
Right.
No, but it's socialization.
It's the ignorance of the communication. We're socializing, but the spiritual aspect
in a bad way.
Not,
yeah, exactly.
That's the problem that I'm trying to point out to my people. So when you go to my YouTube is very spiritual in identifying. I don't
Ralph. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Todd. My fault. It's because
I wanted to show the queen this, Beverly. I wanted her to show her this as far as the witchcraft thing is concerned. If I have the permission to share my screen.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I'm
something that's going to get me banned or.
No. I'm going to the Bible. I'm just going to show something. Let's see.
What's funny about the Bible is you can read anything you want from the Bible and they won't ban you. But some of the stuff in the Bible is like, it makes me wonder, like, should you be able to share it on YouTube?
The Bible is a thing that anything can be the Bible is easily interpreted by anybody to make it fit with them. Because if you notice, lynchings, if you do anything, I have a book that I'm reading. It's kind of a tough read called Blood in the Roots, and it talks about lynching. The people use the Bible, and they justify it, and they still justify why women shouldn't be, this, that, and the other, and why men shouldn't do this, and why it was okay to kill Black people. So the black people can be, the Bible can be interpreted many ways,
and that's why the Bible did the way it was done. It was not originally put together like that, but when the translators get in there, that's what you do. That's how you create a book that can be utilized by the oppressor and the oppressed, and it still works, but it doesn't help.
I agree with you 100% on that. I agree with you 100% on that. The Bible can be interpreted. You can kill somebody and justify it if you read a chapter out the Bible.
Now, this right here is Revelation 2:24, where it says, but unto you I say, and to the rest in Thyatira, as many have not this doctrine, and who have not known the depths of Satan, as they say, I will put upon you no other burden. So this right here, when you go into different little footnotes, when you talk about the depths of Satan, you have to have knowledge of the occult and things like that. And that's why people, when they get into these cults and occults, these people, when they get caught into it, they call it what? That person went deep into it. See, these are depths. And then you have, when you go into the occult in the Masonic world, when you become a part of it, they call you what? An adept. And they put the ADEPTH to it. Because now you're becoming a practitioner of the deepness of Satan. The Bible itself is a tool of the devil because they don't understand what the devil is as far as noon is. But that just wanted to give you that. Now watch this right here. Now this the one that's that goes into what I was talking about. Hold on. Share my screen again.
Oh, you sharing it again? I don't see it.
Okay, I'm about to do it now. Okay. I think it's this one. All right, y'all see it?
Yeah.
On
All
my
right, this
time,
Galatians.
somebody brought up that blackface with Drake.
All right, this Galatians 5. Y'all see it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you go to verse 19.
You can make it bigger if you want. The text. I
All right.
don't know if you can.
Okay. Hold on.
But I can see it though. I mean, yeah, there you go. But maybe that's
Okay.
better. Yeah, there you
It
go.
said the acts of the flesh are obvious: sexual immorality, impurity, and debauchery, idolatry, and what they say right here.
Witchcraft.
Now, if you don't understand what witchcraft is, please start doing research. But look what else it say: hatred, discord, jealousy, fits of rage, selfish ambition, dissensions, factions, envy, drunkenness. Oh, look at this. What word is this?
Orgies.
Orgies. Ain't this what's going on in the what Drake and Diddy and
the
Epstein
P
and all of
Diddy, the goddamn Drake, everybody, all of them.
All of this
the
is a
industry.
part of witchcraft. Why? Not because they just committing the acts themselves, like two unmarried people. They just coming together because of the sex force of Leviathan. But when you go into what they're doing all of this. They doing occult rituals. They having sex and pentagrams. They putting certain kind of satanic images on their necks, like drinking each other blood. Remember, Angelina Jolie was
I don't want to make it sound about to get graphic though, cause it's about that cum, my dude. It's about the semen. That semen holds life. That semen,
all of that is
urine
involved.
holds
Right?
life.
Now
Yeah.
watch this. So we're gonna look up the word witchcraft. Now watch what the word witchcraft in Greek means. I'm gonna look this same word up.
It's like worldly, the earth, nature, shit, stuff like that.
Oh, what does it mean, Ralph? What you say?
Things like
Worldly-
I think it involves nature, worldly stuff, spirits, and combining
Oh.
spells.
Oh yeah, something like that, right? Witchcraft. Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah,
Witchcraft.
mostly when you look up a Watcher's book or witchcraft book, it's really using the earth against you. You know what I'm saying? The natural things of the world against you.
Yeah, you got witchcraft versions of it. You know, voodoo, Wiccan. It's all the same stuff. It's just different energies that these people are able to call on. If they deep enough and of a high rank, it goes deep. All right, y'all can see that.
Not yet.
Hold on. Yeah. All right, there you go.
You see it?
Now
I do.
Right. This is the Greek word for witchcraft. Look what it say. Pharmakia. The use of what?
Medicine, drugs, and spells.
and drugs. And
There you go. So if you take aspirin, that's witchcraft. Because the word pharmacy comes from this word pharmakia. Okay? So this is what we're talking about. Drugs and spells. So when you taking and I'm gonna tell you what a spell come at, because there's a spirit called Bacchus. That's the narcotics god in ancient times. That's why you get the word tobacco comes off of that word Bacchus, right? Dionysus is the god of wine and liquor. But here the spells is what is the after effects of it. So when you hear these people talking about, when you take this particular drug, then they start rambling off the side effects. That's what the spell is. When they say, this could cause bleeding, this could cause this, that's a part of a spell. So these people know what they're doing. Why would the medical world even use this word and grab the word pharmacy from that? If they
hey, look, because and it's mostly the drug industry from a shaman. So like a shaman, when they used to get back into it, they would open your body up, see what type of things you would go to. They will already know the drug system, such as heroin, cocaine, poppy seeds, marijuana. They would know all the opioids and things like that to get to their people to stop like certain health issues or sicknesses and diseases. They will modify drugs
to do that. Now they use the pharmaceutical word of it. You know what I'm saying? They would use that now to say, well, this is the industry of money and keeping people under spell. And I forget which Rockefeller it was, but when he had opened up a lot of hospitals, he was like, basically, he said, we can't afford to get people healthy. We need to make people feel good, but not make them feel healthy. The drugs are a spell of
But
fear.
now the god of medicine is known in ancient Kemet as Tahuti. The Greeks call him Thoth. This is the god over this. Just look at the word here at the bottom. Look at say usage. Look what it say: usage, magic, sorcery, and enchantment. Okay, this is what they're doing. This is what. So they on a higher level. That's why I keep saying most people are ignorant because of the spirits that was given to us that programmed us and made sure we stayed away from this type of knowledge so too long enough until the cycle was up. Now we're playing catch up because when spirits pick a group of people to run things for a while, they will make everybody else slow down so they can't keep up. Now that the Caucasians' time is up since February 5th, 1962, his country and his world has been in decline. So look over here to the right. Galatians 5:20, Greek, all that. Look, idolatry. See, idolatry, sorcery, enmity, strife, witchcraft, hatred. See, all that stuff come from that. This is why there's a big thing with the pharmaceuticals. People don't understand the spiritual part. They're only looking at, like you said, the money. But it's a spiritual aspect between it. It's not random. It's beyond the drugs and how they go into the plants and isolate whatever it is, and then they turn it into a pill. Spiritually, it's an issue with this, and that's what's wrong with people.
Let me just
go ahead.
Let me just say this because I have to leave. I have to leave out the chat. Now,
Okay.
I'm going to look up everything you said because I like to read. I like to learn. I'm going to look all of this up.
Okay.
And about the American dream. You know, the American dream is fake because I think it was I heard Malcolm X. It was something Malcolm X said. It was in the beginning of the movie Malcolm X where they have the X where it burns, and he talks about the American dream. He said he never experienced the American dream. The American dream has always been he's only experienced the American nightmare, which is true. There is no American dream for Black people. We make our dreams. You know, we make our dreams, and people call it assimilation, but it is assimilation. It is assimilation, but we assimilate as far as wanting certain things and achieving certain things. But because you assimilate into the society does not mean you have to become a part of the society, the oppressive society that you assimilated into. Because I went to a Catholic school when Black people didn't go to Catholic schools, and I didn't understand it because Black people then, Catholic schools were like they were like dumb. They were like the elite. They were for poor Blacks. They were like an elite school, like a private school. But I never assimilated into that. So I do agree about the American dream. There was no American dream for Black people, but there's nothing wrong with assimilating. What makes assimilation wrong is when you forget who you are. In my opinion, when you forget who you are, So me wanting the things I want is never, wanting to have things and do things and be able to go where I want to go and do what I want to go and make the money I want to make. It doesn't make me bad as long as you don't forget where you come from. And I never forget where I come from. And I enjoyed this conversation with you, Mr. Tar. And I'm going to look at it. And Ralph, I always enjoy the conversation with you. So you know how that go. Me and you go at it all the time, but you know how I feel about you.
I hear you, Beverly.
It's always good, and Vic, you know how I feel about you too. So I always enjoy it, and
We just having a
I always
convo.
enjoy these conversations.
No Shaka in the chat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Shaka
I'm gonna
came in
leave
earlier.
out.
What's up,
Everybody
Shaka?
have a good day, but I'll be
Yeah.
listening. I'm gonna
Okay,
listen.
Beverly.
All right.
No doubt. Always
See you later,
welcome.
Queen.
Thank you for
Talk to
your,
you later,
your
Queen.
wisdom too.
All right.
Yeah.
Have a good morning, Miss Beth.
Good morning. Good morning. You have
Yeah.
a good day too. Later, everybody.
Okay. Yeah, all right, so yeah, happy Mother's Day too, Beverly. Exactly. It is Mother's Day for people that celebrated on this day, And I mean, it's definitely worth noting that women, no matter what people think, of conception, women carry that child for 9 months, and only a woman knows what that's like. So, but on that note,
I don't know, bro. I hate that saying too. I hate that saying.
Oh,
Because the most dangerous place a child can be, a newborn can be, is in captivity of a womb.
Oh,
The most
captivity.
dangerous
Oh, right.
place
Oh,
it
you're
can be.
gonna, yo, Ralph, go ahead, man. Yo, Ralph,
Yo, you think I'm joking? Yo, 80% of most babies
Who
that are
said
born
that's
in America,
captivity,
they are
man?
killed in that womb. They're killed in that womb.
How can you be captured in something you being nurtured in? That's called being captured in. Well,
It's
the womb.
called Stockholm. It's called Stockholm syndrome without even knowing that they
No,
get kidnapped.
Ralph, I'm not saying that that the story turns out well for everybody. I'm not saying that. Right? I'm just talking about the physical thing. No matter what anybody thinks, the reality is that women, if you're alive, if you made it on Earth, you had to be carried pretty much in that womb for a while, for 9 months, man.
Well, it was the type of carrier you had. Now that's the only reason why you made it here,
But
because of the
mother,
type of carrier.
it's not the gender. It's not a gender thing. It's like you raising your kids. You tending to them. You're nurturing them. Everything, that whole role.
So look, all right. So look, I mean,
Like,
I don't know.
like
I
women
don't know.
don't call a male just because a male skeet something out into a lady. They don't call that a father, right?
But they'll call it a mother though. But listen, all right.
Oh,
but look, because she just took some though.
No, they don't. I don't. You do. You do.
But look, so this is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying,
I
right?
want to drop the link because obviously Ralph wants some smoke from anybody out there listening. Everybody,
I want dead ass smoke.
Everybody, this is real profile. Yeah.
Because you're not gonna get no respect from me just because it's Mother's Day. I'm gonna be honest with you. I respect you as a woman, and the kids should be the one that gives you that respect for Mother's Day. I'm not gonna be that dude that come outside. Oh, happy Mother's Day, y'all. Nah, I don't know what type of mother you are.
Let me add this right here.
It's freedom of speech. Everybody have their.
All right.
Go ahead.
What we need to understand. Number one, Mother's Day and Father's Day
Go ahead.
had nothing to do with us. If you research Mother's Day and Father's Day, it dealt with the birth of those people's parents. All right. So number one, that's incorrect. Any other race of people, even in the people that's in the Caucasian race, if you want to be accurate, right? Mother's Day and Father's Day should be on the day that the person became a father and a mother. That date, the birth of that child, is the child's birthday and the parents' birthday and the Mother Day and Father Day. So you got 3 events happening at one time. So if your child was born January the 1st, whatever year, whenever January the 1st come around, that's the child's birthday, your birthday, because you gave birth to mother.
That's your Mother and Father's Day the same day.
And Father's Day. So that should be the correct way to celebrate that. Again, this is what I keep saying. We've been programmed to say these things because of the person we have.
All right, I hear you. I like that idea, man.
You see what I'm saying? That's what you should do it. And that means then you are honoring everything dealing with you. if you're a stepfather and you got the right date or the stepmother, whatever the case is, if you don't even know, find that day and work it from there. That's the most honest way to do it, and it celebrates you as a whole. Because when we celebrate,
Notice how we don't have Happy Family Day.
Huh?
Notice how we don't have Happy Family Day.
Right, but hey, listen, even
In general, like
Father's
that.
Day,
It's just-
Father's
it's
Day
me.
really isn't called Father's Day. It really was called Saint Joseph Day, and that's to really deal with people who are stepfathers, not birth of a real father. Saint Joseph Day into a Joseph and Mary had Jesus, and he became a stepfather.
Wow.
See, we gotta clean the clocks. You gotta challenge everything, because that's a conspiracy too. Why are we celebrating holidays that has nothing to do with us? St. Patrick's Day go back to the Catholic Church sent one of their popes, or one of they not a pope. I forgot what he was. He was in the Catholic Church to Ireland, and they said
so funny what he said. I'm sorry. He said this is funny as hell. Family Day is after Thanksgiving, sir.
All right, so
this is too funny.
All right, so when you look up the story of the guy that how St. Patrick's Day started, St. Patrick was some type of spiritual dude they sent to Ireland to spread Catholicism, and they said that when he got there, there was a bunch of snakes on the island, and he cut the head off the snakes and ran them into the water. Right, that's the myth. When you get into what really happened when St. Patrick got there, I did a video on that too, and you could do research, that when he got there, it was African pygmies from Kemet was living there, and they was wearing, they call it the namus, right? And they had the little, when you see the picture of the pharaohs with the snake on the forehead. Y'all remember that?
Say that again. What was on the forehead of what?
When you look at the pictures of pharaohs, they have the snake on the forehead.
Yeah.
It was African pygmies living over there in Ireland.
But they got the snake coming off the crown of their hat, or they got like the cobra on the top of their head.
Right. So he killed the African pygmies from Kemet and got rid of them, and then they started spreading the Catholicism. That's the story. That's the history. So people don't know that. So when you saying Happy St. Patrick's Day, you giving praise to the guy that went over there and killed Africans.
And then what they do on St. Patrick's Day? Get drunk out their mind and open into wine and spirits.
And have the luck of the Irish and all the luck, because he was lucky to kill the same way when Caucasians got to Europe, it was a bunch of pygmy tribes and kingdoms already in Europe before they got there. But they lost because they were short, and these people, the Caucasian way came over there from Rome and all that, they was already militaried up. Our ancestors couldn't keep them out of there, and they wiped them out.
As far as the pygmy people, some people even believe they don't even claim to be African or that land. They say they came from the North. Some people say they came from the North Pole. So
we was all over the planet, but they like, number one, two things or more can be true at the same time. Those group of African pygmies could have came from the North, but that don't mean they didn't originate from Africa, that they blood didn't go back to that. So I don't have no issues with that. But the point is, it's a book called the British, the Scots, and the Phoenicians book. I got that book on PDF. When I read that some years ago, it talks about how when they got to Europe and they encountered all these pygmy kingdoms, and they fought and wiped them out.
Who wrote that book?
I can't. I got it. Let me look it up. I'm gonna look it up. Where y'all?
Yo, Shaka, what's up, bro? You there?
Shaka say he backstage.
Yeah, no, he's up front now.
Yeah, peace. Peace to all. I want to let Todd finish his point, and then I'm gonna add on.
Yeah, I'm finished. Go ahead. I'm finna look the book up for the dude. Go ahead, Shaka.
Oh yeah. Well, peace to everybody. It's nice to hear from you all, and I appreciate, even when we disagreed and we don't go at each other, and that's beautiful. And no, that's real, because you brothers and sisters, you've seen other different drama, just because people, don't see things the same way you do. And but like I've been saying, one of the reasons why I and others have been attacked so much is because when you are non-Abrahamic, then a lot of, not all, but a fair bit of Abrahamic people, they dislike you for that reason. I have some people who said that I don't like God, or I hate the Bible, which I never said. But anyway, I just wanted to say that it was very interesting what I heard. The etymology, there was the Greek word. What was the word again? It was something to do with spell.
Far meeting or something.
Oh, you mean spell? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, and yes, and then there was a Greek word, that's similar to a pharmacy or something like that.
That's pharmakia. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, pharmakia. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And now in French we say pharmacy, so it's closer in French. In English, you tend to say, I'm going to the chemist. I believe that's what you say, but you do use that word in America, don't you? Pharmacy, because they use it in England.
We use the Latin word too.
Okay, that's and then after that, there was Ralph who mentioned what one of the Rockefellers said, that we can't just I'm paraphrasing, but like we cannot heal these people. We just have to make them feel better. And indeed, with the drug, you will make people feel better. So there is a financial incentive. But I heard when people talked about the Mother's Day. Now, we do have indeed Mother's Day and Father's Day, and there's indeed the financial aspect, because I don't know how big it is in America, but you also have Children's Day in Europe, or at least in France, they do that, Now, it wasn't that big before, but it's getting bigger. There's two other examples. There's Halloween. Now, when I was a kid, we didn't have Halloween because it's more Anglo-Saxon, or it's really mainly practiced in America. But I remember at one point they started, trying to bring a Halloween in France, And I remember very well when my church, the pastor was like, we have to sign this petition. We don't want Halloween, celebration of the death and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but all this to say that now Halloween is in France, it is celebrated regularly, so that's a financial, program. And there's another thing also we didn't have in France, but now we have it, is Black Friday. When I was a kid, we didn't have that at all.
Over here too, man.
Yeah, there it is, So every now and then they will, use anything, regardless of their plan, because it is deep indeed, But there was a financial aspect as well. So that's all I want to say. I'm just gonna, be in the background, gonna listen in, But peace to everybody, brothers and sisters.
Yo, peace. Okay, good to hear from you, Shaka. No doubt, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And just to put a note on this, since people were talking about covering up things and these kind of agendas, I want everybody, there's a book out there, and I told people about this book. It's called Jesus the Egyptian Priest ? And a lot of people think the book is about trying to say that Jesus is a real person and all that. No, wrong. It's not that. It's going at it from a whole nother perspective. And what I got out of the book is that no, they use this idea of one Jesus, one figure, to cover up the fact that it's thousands of individuals like that was getting hunted down and things like this. It's like a thing about the period in time you're in, not one individual, not one person's story. You know what I mean? And that they use the Bible to cover up that real history that went on, hunting people down, trying to stop Kemites from colonizing other regions of the world through their priesthood. You see what I'm saying? But back on this thing, man. Back on this thing.
All right. I wanted to show you the book, then we can get back to the Drake thing. This is the book right here that I was talking about. Hold on. Just real quick. This is the book I was talking about. Ralph, you still there?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm.
Okay, here you go. This is right here. The Phoenician Origins of the Britons, Scots, and Anglo-Saxons by L.A. Waddell. This guy here was a scholar, philosopher. He had mad things on his belt. He even went over there, I think, and sat down with the I think it was the Tibetans or the Buddhists or something. He read in their history. He got all he was an archaeologist. He dug up bones. He did all that stuff. This book here goes deep because even in my Science at Noon also I use this book on a couple of my videos that supported what Alfred Unu said, that the Caucasian, he tells you in this book, came from the Hindus branch of the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians is a biblical word for the Arabs. The Arabs is the mankind race. When you hear the Nation of Islam and the 5% are talking about the Asiatic black man, it's really the Phoenician Arab is who they talking about. But they don't have no history. The Nation of Islam and 5% are just repeating something. But when you get into the history, you'll find that actually the black man is the Hindu who came from the Arab, called the Phoenician or Canaan in the Bible. They don't do no history and the research, and that's why you don't find nothing dealing with true lineage in the Nation of Islam or the 5%. It's hidden under the stories they tell. They'll say Jacob and all that stuff, but they don't really understand that those are hidden names that those folks who taught them partial truth, and they put that other name on it. You see what I'm saying? Like the Hebrew Israelites, they think that they're Jacob and Esau's the white man. No, Esau is the Phoenician race. The Arab is Esau, and Jacob is the Hyksos, the Habiru, or we call the Jews today who was over there. They the ones who are not took the blessing, but it was time for the power to go over to the Caucasian, and that took a little bit of time, and then they came back. So Esau is the Arab, hidden under that word Esau, and Jacob is the Jew. But this is the games that they like to play. But go ahead. Hey, Andrea.
Hey,
Andrea,
Carl.
happy Mother's Day. How
Hey,
you doing?
BB. I'm
there?
well. Hi, Negro Ralph. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was just calling. I was just calling to I was going to pick at you, Tar, and throw a little wrench into everything. But I agree. I agree with everything when it comes to conspiring and conspiracy and all that. I mean, we know that that's what they've been doing all this time. And that's just their nature. They're constantly trying to figure out a way to keep us in a particular position. Their foot on our neck, their knee on our neck, or whatever. That is just their MO every day, all day. That's all they do all the time. There's nothing that they ain't trying to do. They try to pit us against one another all the time. They try to make light-skinned people feel like they're better than dark-skinned people, and I mean it's never ending. I mean they just it's not one thing. It's there's something wrong with us wearing not wearing our natural hair, and then when we wear our natural hair, they think it's ugly and we shouldn't do it. And, I mean, it's constant. I mean, it's just constant, And so I'm not so moved by all that, because to me it can be exhausting if we try to keep up, because it's the same playbook. They just keep kicking the can down the road, spirituality and all that. It's best for us not to be involved in any of their kind of anything, to stay sane. I mean, the more we try to keep up, that to me is where the American dream falls apart. Is everything we try to keep up with, it has not done us any good whatsoever. No holidays, no anything.
Yeah, because you shouldn't be trying to. It shouldn't take it shouldn't. I mean, for some of this stuff, it should already be in the past. And things like police brutality, particularly against Black people, is obviously not in the past. How long can that persist? Things like that.
Right.
How long after Jim Crow goes on? How long could all these things happen before people still realize that it just never ended?
Yeah, and like what you were saying earlier about Black people in the church and all that kind of, it's the same. We've been sold a bill of goods that this particular religion is going to be the thing that's going to get us saved and get us set free and get us, all that, and we still want to believe that for some reason. You just like you were saying earlier. You say something against somebody's pastor, boy, you better be ready to fight. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, even when we try to bring up stuff, even within our family dynamic, It's that, oh, how dare you? I can't believe you said that. Or even if you tell somebody, okay, so you out here pointing out what is going on, quote unquote, in the world, then you got all that debauchery going on inside your church building. Oh, we're not supposed to talk about what's going on. That's judging. I said, but you want to judge what's going on the outside. You know, it's just crazy. It's just a constant, and we have to break away from all this nonsense that we think is supposed to help us get from point A to point B. Now, if you want to believe in whatever you think that's getting you somewhere, hey, knock yourself out. But at the end of the day, we're just like on a hamster's wheel, just running, trying to make 100 because they said 99.5 won't do, right? So
Right.
it's just the
Yeah,
same
trying to
game
play catch
over and
up.
over.
Right. And playing catch
Mm.
up is not necessarily the same as living. You know, living
Yeah.
is when you caught up.
Yeah,
Then you
even when we were doing our stuff, Tar, even when we were having our own communities and doing just fine, what happened? I mean, they go in there and they bomb the hell out of us, or they'll make up a lie. Oh, he whistled at the white woman, and the next thing you know, the whole city is burnt down, right? I mean, even when we were fine on our own, not being involved with anybody, doing our own thing, they would get jealous, and the next thing you know, our whole communities are destroyed and gone. People are murdered. It's never ending. I'm not surprised with anything that they try to. Not at all. Not surprised. I mean, they conspire every day. I mean, one minute you can wear your hair. Well, they said, passing laws, it's okay to put you to wear braids, and all of a sudden you turn around, they're trying to figure out a way to stop that from happening. We're gonna come through the back door to say, no, you can't go to this school with your hair. Like, I think we were talking about this yesterday on Beverly's show, where the kid had his hair up in locks, but he had it put up to where it wasn't hanging down. And they said, well, it's still the same, just if you did wear it down, it's going to cause a problem. And they suspended him. And I'm like, are you kidding? I mean, it's stupid. I mean, it's constant. It's constant.
Yeah.
They're never going to stop. I mean, it's constant.
Andrea, could you
Mhm.
imagine that you would have to see? Now, this is not 1960. This is not, the 1940s, right? This is not even 2000. But I think they said when was this? When did Drake do this picture, man? What they said in 2007? I think that's when they said. But in any case, did they say that all 2007? It sounded about right.
2007.
Yeah. Would you imagine you would see such a stupid face like this display? Like, is this even funny, or what is it?
No, I mean, I didn't know who that was. I don't keep up with all that stuff. Because that's not
How
my.
do you? But of all the people, I mean, I don't know. Did you buy the? Did you hear? Were you here when I
was on there. I didn't buy that because I mean, it looks like that statement came out like in 2018, but there was a little date down on the corner of the statement he made, and it said like something of 2018.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
if that's when he
It was.
clarified the statement, then no, because you had too many years in between there. No, so to me, I wouldn't buy it. To me, because you had too much time to explain why you did what you did, and you can come up with anything after that. But
that picture was like. That picture was vilified by all the mulatto children in the world. All of the mixed breeds, all the little light skins and foreigners, they accepted that along with the Gucci situation with the blackface. That has nothing to really do.
You think so? You think
listen,
you think everybody? You think people accepted this, man?
Yeah, they accepted it. So you know who did? It was
I never met
the street dudes. Street dudes. Dudes never accepted that picture of Drake. Most street guys can't even stand light-skinned rappers or guys like Drake. They don't get the black card. You can't have it. This is why they giving Drake so much.
But that ain't just a step beyond rap, bro. I mean, this is
a step amongst the minds of people. This
Right.
ain't even just rap. This is. If grandmama back in the day, like I said this on your show before, if you got a grandmama and you brought that light-skinned baby and grandma know, well, this is probably the first or second white baby, what's going on here? Y'all making mulattoes within the family. They look that different. It's not until you say you got 50% mix in your family that, from direct. Like,
But
say if you got
is this
400 years
is
of
this
slavery and they black,
is that what that is? Is that what Drake is? What's Drake's background? Hold on, let me look at
Drake
this.
is Jewish, half black, and white.
But sometimes that word black, it
You
could
don't
mean
get that.
something else.
Yeah, I had.
You don't get
I
that
had
card
no.
from me. You don't get the black card from me just because your mama black or your daddy black and somebody else. You're not black to me. If your grandmama, if your great granddaddy ain't black, your grandmama ain't black. Now it's okay to have one white person in there, maybe two. But if you got over 25 to 30% European in your blood, you shouldn't be calling yourself no black nothing.
See if you can find a young picture of Drake's mother, because I only seen
So did
Her name is
older picture.
Sandy Graham. Is Drake's mother? Sandy
but hold
Sandra
on.
Graham.
Hold
so
on.
this was on the internet back in 2007 because
Yeah,
No.
This is when he got off of the. This is
Yeah.
right before he got off the graphic. Got signed to Cash Money Records. He dropped not Thank Me Now or something like that He just dropped that mixtape.
Thank me later or something. That was his
Thank Me
mixtape.
Later. Yeah, he dropped Thank Me Later. That was probably his best mixtape. That's the first time I listened to him. And then I seen this right here. It was no more Drake for me. I can never play a Drake song again.
yeah, so y'all know about all that. I'm not caught up in it. I don't like that. I don't like the rap genre. I just never have.
Even then, he came in on some Euro homosexual stuff, like wanting to be all underneath Chris Brown, talking about kissing on Trey Songz.
Look at him now. He wearing gay colors.
He got hearts in his hair. He got the BBL. He got his nails painted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what they have to do behind the scenes. Cat Williams is giving you a good bit of example of what they're doing. They all, it's like, Dave Chappelle. I got a video where I found him wearing a dress and lipstick. This is probably before the Men in Tights.
Right. And then Dave Chappelle got to go, bro. Like I really started checking into him. Like now he's trying to do this thing with Kevin Hart, the tour thing around the world. It's like he's in there. Like he was playing a 50-50 role, but now he's starting to do more stuff of how he's speaking on people, what communities he can say and attack. It's like he's in there now. Like there's no way saying he's out of it.
Yeah, he went at the gays and survived.
Hold on. Did you just said Dave Chappelle? Hold on, bro.
Could.
Hold up.
Shut the fuck up.
I had to play that, Ralph. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying, yeah, he's Dave is the perfect person to say that because, like I said, he has an Asian wife. You can't attack the Asian community. Dave Chappelle has made a joke about him being in college, having sex with a transsexual. Dave has now been in the media. Yes, he has several jokes on it. Dave have also been in the media now, saying how gay rights and everything, you should stand up for it. Dave is also in the media again now, saying how we need to reunite and all the stuff is going wrong with America, but he's doing everything against Black Americans. Dave Chappelle is the setup artist.
This goes back to what I said earlier. They all want to enjoy being in the house, but pretending to be in the field with us. That's what happens.
Ralph,
they done infiltrated us and still got one foot in the house and they switch it back and forth. Until we understand that, we're going to keep being fooled because they get up there and they say black this, like he telling Cat Williams, why are we going at each other, blah, blah, blah. But you know the same stuff that he talking about. He been there long enough, he's seen it. So why
has he seen it? He was in it. He was in it and ran from it.
But look what they always try to sound like Malcolm or Marcus or somebody that's talking about black. You ain't talking about black when you married to a non-black woman. Why you talking about black when you doing all this stuff you've been doing? That's not pro-black. You not for black. This off the basics of being pro means for. How are you for black people by me looking at your life? What have you done? That's black nationalism is better because pro-black is they done separated that. Pro-black and black nationalists go together like this. That means you for your people, being at home in their own country, not under somebody else. You can't pro-black allows you to still pretend you down with us and you still want to live here, but you don't want to be black national. Got the word nation in it or continent. Y'all not talking about black continent. Y'all talking about being black mentally, but still want to run around and keep getting all this. Nature keep reminding you that we're never going to be equal. You don't want to, shouldn't want to be equal, but you're never going to be safe.
That's why I say I hate using the word black. I say you have to be of a Negro mind frame. A slave mind frame. A slave mind frame did not dedicate things towards whites force slaves to think that
I'm gonna
way.
show you a good example.
Okay, can I ask you? So are you advocating that we need to go back somewhere
into our minds
mentally a certain kind of
but
way?
see, the time is already elapsed. Now a separation is taking place. But I'm gonna show you how bad it is. What his name is? That dude that was on The Living Color, David Allen Greer.
Yeah,
right.
Who got a movie out called The Magical World of the Negro out right now. When you look at what it means, the plot of the movie is it's a group of black people in a secret in the organization that's dedicated to making white people life easy. Why would you make a movie like that?
That's like reparations, because that was reparations was really
This
big.
is pure
Right?
buffoonery.
But is he doing it? I mean, I'm not assuming I know because I never even heard of the
This
film.
is disrespectful to those of us who didn't go through it, but our parents and their parents went through it. But what we going through now, that's what they're doing. He put this movie out because that's what these so-called black people are doing. Kanye, Diddy, all of them.
Talk, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Just because you touched on that, I just want to make sure I understand that. Have you seen the film? You haven't seen the film.
No, I looked at the plot. I got it on my streaming, but I looked at what the movie is about.
I haven't seen it either, right? I haven't seen the film. I just heard of it through you, right? But are you saying that this film it's exposing? It's about black people that do everything to work for the white people to help
make
them.
their life easier. That's what the theme of the.
But what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Because we got a word for that called coon. That's what they're doing.
Let me ask it the right way.
That's what I'm telling you.
If he's exposing it, but
no,
if he's exposing it,
he's not exposing it. It's a movie about Negroes with magic powers who are making the white folks' life easier. That's what the movie is.
Yeah,
he's not exposing it.
Hey, talk. Really, what it is. It's reparations. The reparations is the only thing that can put white people back at a point where we will look like slavery but won't be slavery. We'll have our own money to do what we want. But like I said, the taxes, everything will change. It'll make white supremacy better with reparations. Because not only does it even the playing field, it makes things easier for whites. You see what I'm saying? Because they know the market will still be open for them. See what I'm saying? That's what that sounds like to me.
Yeah, play the trailer. Play the trailer.
Yeah,
and then look at
Hold on, Phil. I can't
play the trailer, then go into what the movie is about. It'll tell you that.
It says, for centuries there has been a society hidden in plain sight, working in secret to protect black people from harm. It's called the American Society of Magical Negroes.
That ain't what it said on my streaming thing. When I read it on the streaming, I looked at what it don't say that. So what they saying here is different than what I read, and that's a shame that they trying to be deceptive. Let me pull it up.
Are they trying to be deceptive? Because I haven't seen the movie. I mean,
they're trying to set the agenda. I'm trying to tell you, like, that is true. The only thing you can do, like I heard a comedian I was watching the other day. I was watching Cam Patterson, but I was watching something he be on. Cam Patterson, they was like basically they had a joke about reparations on it, Joe. And only thing reparations can do is to say, well, we can build our own spaces. White people can have their spaces, and we can work together. But it makes everyone unease. It makes everybody at the same but unease, and then that's when white people have to start getting a stronger sense of economic wealth again. How can they use a way to do this and do that to put them back on top again while everybody's comfortable? Well, people at the bottom are comfortable where they at.
Well, now here it says making white people's lives easier. In the other one, damn, what the
Right.
Right.
So
What
you
it
give
say?
me,
Read
you
that
give
again.
me, you give me a 20. This is the example.
Look,
You
right
give
here
me
it says the opposite. It says
See?
black people from harm.
right. So let me use that as an example. I'm the government. I give you $20 million. Every black person gets $20 million per their household. Then you turn around, well, the white economics is failing. Well, what kind of reparations will they get? Or what kind of things should they get because of this? Remember, welfare, Medicaid, Medicare was all designed for the European food
What the
stamps.
other one say? Read the one you saw. The opposite.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat here. Hold on, let me see.
Well, we forget that
I'm trying to-
welfare,
I'm trying to
Medicaid was never made for no black person. If they go back to a point where they look like regular citizens, what you think Medicaid, food stamps, welfare, and the things that they had before, when it looked like it was good and then they cut it, what it's gonna look like now when they advance it?
Are you there?
Yeah, that's a
Hold
good
on,
question.
I'm gonna take a screenshot. I'm gonna send it to your Facebook. This is what it says.
Welcome. All right, and then this one says on YouTube. Of course, this is not the official channel though. That might have something to do with it. It says something different there on this one, but this ain't the movie company putting it out. Either one of them. Neither one is the movie company, but obviously they must have some say over what it says, the plot. I mean, because they're allowing somebody else to use their property, their intellectual property. So
I just sent it to your WhatsApp. This is
Okay,
on
hold on.
Peacock. This is what it says on Peacock.
So one, okay, I'm gonna check it. Oh shit, look at this. Sorry about that. One says the YouTube one. No, the IMDb says a young man, Aaron, is recruited into a secret society of magical black people to dedicate their lives to the cause of utmost importance, making white people's lives easier.
That's
right?
what I just sent you from. That's what it says on Peacock.
Yeah, and then this one on the YouTube channel says, for centuries there's been a society hidden in plain sight, working in secret to protect black people from harm. It's called the American Society of Magical Negroes. So I'm a little confused by that, but yeah, because what is it, to keep black people from harm or to help white people?
It's help white people. If you look at the trailer, that's all you see is them doing things to make white people happy, dropping little notes in their lives because they're using magic to help white people. That's the one on YouTube is a lie.
Okay, but to help white people do what?
Just to feel happy when they feeling depressed. That's what the trailer is showing.
Okay.
So you're saying this is like them in Florida saying we can't what are they saying? They you can't talk about black history and stuff because it's going to make the white people feel bad. That's what you're saying. The movie's sort of like that.
No, I'm just saying that number one, to call yourself a Negro at this point, and then with everything that goes wrong with that word, just we know what the word means on a bigger scale. Like, and we know that we use that in the negative connotation, but to say this is not the part they.
Most people have no clue that in 2023
the Negroes that they're talking about is the Boule. That's what this is. This is black secret society Negroes who exist, who were created by the Skull and Bones to do what they're doing. And all you got is all these people here is protecting what they would call, white supremacy. Drake, Ye, Diddy, because when you get past Diddy, who's behind Diddy? You start seeing all these billionaires. Clive Davis, Lucien Green, all these are white people that Diddy and them have to do all these crime to cover for the stuff that their handlers are doing. So you're looking at the magical Negroes. They just named Diddy and Drake and all these other people are doing exactly that. But the movie is going to make it appear like it's just so, nice and neat, and it's not negative extreme. But David Allen Greer is a coon, supreme coon. All the stuff they've been doing. But to put this in out, you ain't gonna never see them say an American society of magical kikes for Jews.
Nope.
You see magical crackers. You ain't gonna see none of that negative words for other races on there. Only the black people do this foolishness. The same thing they did with the remake of Good Times in the cartoon form. It looked like an updated Baby's Kids. Roaches singing in the bathroom. Pure disrespect. I
don't like to make fun of those kind of this topic. You know what I mean? Like, and he's a comedian, and comedians, some can navigate that better than others. But I agree, man. People, well, number one, we should be past this point. Like, I don't feel like any person should have to make somebody feel comfortable about this topic, because this topic.
That's what they do. Why? Because they control they control us in every way possible.
Because it's difficult to be black. So to have to do another job to make somebody else feel good about how they feel about that, blackness in general, about how other people feel about it, its politics or what it entails. I think it's too much of a job, but it's a job if that's what you want to do, but I don't think it's a job everybody can bear. You see what I mean? It becomes too much. It's like ultimately at this point, you got to look out for yourself and think about yourself, and not, you can't think about other people first. It's got to be second, because if you can't take care of yourself and feel good yourself and protect yourself and have security yourself, you can't take on the responsibility of what somebody else feels or is going to feel. It's not a responsibility. It would be nice, but it's not a responsibility, unfortunately. But go ahead, Andrea. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, it's the same thing. They keep trying to figure out a way to keep us divided, divide and conquer. That's the end game, right? The more they keep us doing films like this, and then on colorism and all that kind of stuff, and that's been bled into our community because we have issues with light skinned and dark skinned people, and this, that, and the third. We are the ones still perpetuating this mindset. And again, we have to change how we, the things that we know. That's why I don't listen to a bunch of this bullshit when it comes to these guys. That's why I don't listen to rap music, because I don't like the way they talk about women. That's where that crossed the line for me.
Yeah.
Huh?
What about the actions then? If you don't like the narrative, but what about the actions?
The actions
we get the actions of the blacks. We say that to keep us separated by colorism sometimes, right? Now let's just look at the actions of black people before rap, right? We knew that having lighter skinned children will get you a better advancement in life. Then we look at the self-hatred of our people, such as the hair and things like that. We want to try to change the texture of our hair. Get with the light skin. Women used to say, get the light skinned boy with the curly hair. What about the boy with the green or colorful eyes? Or they wanted to look for the
but that's something
trait as far as what women complained that they wanted. See what I'm saying? So that's another part of the self-hatred towards our own people. And with rap ain't do nothing but make men exploit the sexual nature that women been promoting themselves. No one tells these women to come up there. They're forced to do that. These women come up there just to shake their behinds. And that's
but I'm just saying that existed before rap music, though. This colorism thing didn't start with rap music. It started when all that shit happened as far as slavery and all that stuff was concerned. They knew what they were doing by pitting the light-skinned blacks against the dark-skinned blacks. That's where that came from, right? And it's been going on since then. It may have even occurred before slavery. I don't know. But I'm just saying, at the point that it was introduced to us here in this country, it was way before rap music came out. Right. And that's why we still have this contention between light-skinned and dark-skinned blacks. That's why it's still there, because for some reason, we're still buying into this notion that our skin color is going to get us somewhere. And it still does not. They don't give a damn whether you're light skin or dark skin when it comes to shitting you up and shit like that. No. I'm just saying, I'm just saying at the end of the day, they don't give a damn. They'll shoot. They don't give a fuck who they shoot, who they kill, who they murder. They don't give it. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
so even if they're coming after I'm just saying. I'm just talking about our people, generally speaking. I'm not going to keep going down this. Dark skinned people have it harder. You probably do. They probably do. Okay, we'll give that. But I'm just saying, when it comes to the overall consensus of what they are trying to do, it is to keep the black race down. Period. End of story. They don't give a damn who they have to do it with, how they have to do it.
True.
The end game is keeping us under their foot by any means necessary. So if it's still contemplating this mindset,
what it's saying is, Andrea, what it's saying is, even though what you're saying is true, I said this when I was on Shaka Joint and on V Bennett Joint, a couple of episodes. They use the foreigners and the light-skinned people to cultivate other races to jump into with something that blacks have already started. It was hip-hop. It was hip-hop. It was more of a positive thing before. It had some negative. Everything has its good and its bad. But when you get a Biggie Small, like you got Ice-T, what's about the fat boy with the fat light-skinned dude, Heavy D. You get those guys promoted things with children or pimping out of women. They started. Then you get the black guys who's doing it. You get the 2 Live crew. They're just saying they're promoting sex, but they're promoting their own people. It's not until you get like a Drake where they say Drake ain't hip hop, Drake ain't a rapper, Drake is a performer. Now you got Drake, the biggest performer who can't rap, known all over the world with what? The promotion of abuse on women, low self-esteem. They use this with Biggie Smalls, promotion of rape, gangster violence, hurting women. They use these same light-skinned and foreigners to do this all the time. And then we say then we go on and say they black because they got a drop of black blood. It's reverse.
We're not saying that. They're saying that.
The media is. And then people who feel like they're mixed breed believe that.
But Ralph, I mean, I'm just to be I'm not so sure like what you like if this is exactly what you mean, or if you're trying to still express something or formulate it, because like when I look at hip hop myself, I remember damn, hold on, let me unplug these drives. I remember that for example, with the misogyny, right? Dolores Tucker, right? She was is she dark skinned? She's not she's not the darkest skinned black woman on earth, but when the misogyny of like NWA started streaming through the main, the whole country, right? You had people talking about misogyny, talking about the anti-blackness, talk about the use of the N-word, talk about hoes and B words, talking about women being shown in a certain light and men being shown, using violence all the time, black men, right? And black women being shown that way. So you had people talking about it. And back then you didn't have no Drake. You had Ice Cube that was against it. You had Tupac that was against Dolores Tucker. You had, I don't understand if they're trying to use like light-skinned people or if they're just trying to use black people, bro.
No. I get what you're saying. Listen, I've said it to you before. You name those West Coast artists, they don't have any culture. The Tupac, West Coast was built.
He's from Baltimore.
Yeah, no culture. Tupac
Chuck D. No, listen, Chuck D was right there against Dolores Tucker, bro. He was talking about.
I'm not a fan of Chuck D. The people you're naming are people. All the people you just named are people.
Okay.
Are the people that I look at it as like I said, Tupac was on the East Coast.
But
Tupac had a lot of culture.
But right, I get that, right. But what I'm saying is that Chuck D's not the lightest skin looking. But is it about the color? Is it about how light or how dark, or is it just they're using all of them? They gatekeepers there.
All of them.
It's all of it. It's both, because it's like,
look at Puffy. How light skinned is Puffy?
But look, the Puffy is not the answer. Puffy is, like I said, Puffy is no more than a dog on a leash. The people that own him are the people that tell him what to do. They're the lighter skinned people. Puffy got all these dark skinned guys under him who been robbed out of their. Let's do the light skinned people that have been robbed out of their contract. But I'm gonna put it like this: what's your highest paid rapper?
I mean, do you really think it's going to come down to being a difference that way? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah. Listen, Will Smith was the highest. Yeah, no, it's true. Will Smith was the highest paid
actor at one point, light skin. Will Smith get around the whole industry with Puffy, and everybody can do it damn near basically what he want and made a fool of, and people can look, just take it. Drake, you look at every light skinned artist and what they sold and what they promote. Now I ain't saying blacks didn't do it, but when you look at the light skinned people, it's promoted for other cultures to accept it.
So you're saying, are you saying that are both Will's parents black?
I don't even know. Like, I don't know how far Will parents go. You know what I'm saying? But I know the complexion of Will and what he promotes. Will Smith promotes homosexuality. Will Smith promotes like a beta type male energy. Will Smith is now with his wife, showing that they saying that he's sleeping with guys, men. I mean, like he's the promotion of what looks like wealth.
But who's he promoting to? Is he promoting to white people or to black people or behavior? I mean, the behavior.
Did you think that the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was highly watched by whites or blacks?
Whites.
I'll just people have choices to make, Ralph, and I mean, at the end of the day, we can say that what they're doing is not right as it concerns, trying to promote the black community or the Negro community, whatever, But at the end of the day, people have choices, and if they want to sell themselves out like that, they have to answer to what they're doing. And at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying. I'm not one of those people who's caught up on all these celebrity bullshit. I don't have time for that. I don't give a fuck what they do. I don't care I don't give a damn. I got too much to do at my house and in my family to be worried about some bullshit out there.
You're not an idol worshiper.
I'm not. I don't give a damn who you are. I will walk up on the street and treat you just like a person who I know anywhere else. Your celeb means nothing to me. I'm not moved by people's positions. I don't give a damn if you're the president of the universe. You got to shit and take a piss just like me. I don't give a damn. Doesn't matter to me. And we should all feel that way. We get caught up. The problem with the black community is we get caught up in all this idolization of all these damn people, where it shouldn't even, none of that should even matter. That's the problem we have within the church. Our pastors are untouchable and all this other bullshit. We keep putting people on pedestals they don't belong, and when they start acting crazy and doing dumb shit, then people like, oh yeah, then still don't you better not say nothing. Just like it with Beyonce and all them. If Beyonce does something that's not right, the beehive comes out. Y'all better not say nothing. Who is she to you? Is she paying your bill? No. Mm-hmm. All these people are so damn stupid to keep putting somebody on a pedestal who is not contributing. You're helping them be famous. I ain't paid a dime to none of these suckers. Not a goddamn penny.
Yeah, me either.
Hey, I don't give a fuck. They don't pay for nothing of mine. We are out here hustling, trying to work hard, and people like these right out here are the ones who keep the black community divided, because we think that somehow we can make it where they're at, but there's a cost to be paid to get there. And if this is what it is, if it's you selling yourself out and putting in blackface and all that shit to get where you are, fuck it, you can have it.
You know what?
Have all that.
Oh, go ahead.
I've been listening, and you know what? You're coming out with this light skin doing this, light skin doing that. Come on, give it a break. I'm so sick and tired of hearing that. I grew up hearing that all my life. Oh, you light skin, you not black, blah, blah, blah. Oh, your grandfather is white, this, that, and the other. Cut the nonsense out. It's an asshole is an asshole. Sorry about that.
No, it ain't. That woman's butthole ain't that man butthole. No, it ain't.
But Negro Ralph, who gives a damn who's effing who? I don't care.
No,
if that's where you want to keep focusing your attention on, that's fine.
Like, y'all taking something to what I'm not saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Everybody wants to blame light-skinned people for every black person wants to blame a light-skinned person for their.
She came up here with the deflection, and she didn't even. And she really answered the question for real. But with the deflection, like I said, just said, if you got a white granddaddy, don't he got white brothers? Don't he got white sisters? Don't he got?
I don't know. I don't know them people.
That's what I'm saying. So you're going to exclude. You're going to exclude the other part of your heritage to be something that you want to claim. What about your great granddaddy and them peoples? What about?
I don't know that.
But that's okay with her.
There's a backside to that story. Why I don't know my white grandfather, which I'm not going to share on here. on here, but there's a backside to why I don't know them, don't want to know the family. That side of the family, never wanted to know them. My sister knew of them. I did meet them. She told me I did meet them when I was very young. And I don't remember meeting any of them. Don't care to know them. Don't want to know none of the relatives or nothing like that. But you want to blame, everybody wants to blame light-skinned black people for the downfall of dark-skinned black people. Cut the bull out. Cut the mess out. It is it. Whatever's going on in music and stuff ain't got nothing to do. And like Andrew said, I don't give two shits about who's screwing who. They ain't screwing me. They ain't raping.
And they ain't paying my bills. What do I care? Yeah.
I don't know I don't get a nickel out of their quarter. Whatever they make, I don't get none of it. What I don't like, I don't
know how we got on the
support.
point of sex, but what we're saying.
Well,
what
you
I was
just talking about the
saying-
butthole, so we
No,
just assumed that's
I
what you were
didn't talk
talking
about the
about.
butthole. Y'all came up there. You said the butthole, and you got to pee and poop, and everybody
No,
butthole the same. That's what y'all said.
You
I
heard
just
what
said,
I said,
and I
Ralph.
said
I
every
said
butthole like the same.
I did not say that. I didn't say it in that context, and you know it. Stop that.
I don't know how you said it.
I don't
All right, but-
care who these celebrities are. They got to shit and piss just like I do. That's what I
Right.
said.
Yeah,
So they're not going to get any
And
special
also
treatment.
take it back. You
because
said they all
because-
the same. You said the buttholes are the same, and I said they're not the
I
same.
said that. I said that.
Yeah, someone
I
said
said an
that. That's
asshole
what I'm
is an
answering.
asshole. And it
That's
is.
what I'm
A
answering.
jackass is a jackass.
Okay,
A cow is a cow. Whatever. Stop blaming black
No, you
people.
was-
Always
you-
want to make.
Yeah.
Always gotta have somebody to blame for something that they don't
No,
do.
you
They
assume
don't
so.
take
No,
no
you
kind of
assume, Ralph.
accountability for none of their actions.
But Ralph, you
let's stop that.
assumed. Let me just say this, Ralph.
Okay.
You assumed she meant asshole in another way. She was just talking about somebody being an asshole, like being a jerk. You took it to be
Exactly.
something
Thank you,
else. So
Andrea.
No,
you got
no. Hold on. It was about So it was about me hearing both of y'all together. You were saying pee and poo, and she said assholes are assholes.
No,
I'm
but I
sorry,
was talking
in
about
general, I
celebrities.
don't know
Don't
what
stop
the-
it, Ralph.
Okay.
You heard the
let me say
conversation.
this.
You heard my conversation before
Actually,
then.
because
I was talking about
y'all get to
celebrities.
talking so passionately, accordingly. I'm trying to put it together. Like I'm hearing both of y'all. I'm thinking y'all agreeing and saying the same thing. Y'all talking too passionately over top of each other. So it is confusing.
All right, but Ralph, let's just get back to the main thing though, because
Yeah.
like, when I hear this, like for me, I gotta say, like how I view the diaspora, you could say in America, or blackness in America. That means South America, Central America, the Caribbean, North America, right? All of those. There can always be some kind of variation, or there can be some kind of nuances to it, right? But in the when you look at the continent in Africa, right, they don't equate blackness the same way. So we equate blackness differently, you know what I'm saying? And that's because of our history in America, right? It's because of our actual. Now, it's not that we haven't been colonized and enslaved, and it's not that Africans haven't been colonized and enslaved. It's just that more of the diaspora outside of Africa has some kind of mixed component due to their particular history, slavery, and how these slave masters chose to breed and control people, right? So when I look at, like, when I hear the conversation about light skin and black, dark skin, or even mixed, this kind of thing, I don't equate this to none of that, light skinned or mixed. I equate this shit to just being a goddamn coon. You can't make me, and that's why I started off asking, who, what do you pay a person? You couldn't pay me to take that picture. This is not every mixed person and every light skinned person don't got no picture like this, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, and just
Sure
like,
don't.
but just like, I mean, the majority don't. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy.
That's what I'm saying to you. This is my point.
But
And they're calling this man black.
No, but Ralph, hold on. But at the same time, then you had, in reality, the Dolores Tucker thing happen. That was real. That was a real point in history. In fact, that was 1994, 95, right? Something like that. 96. It was one of them years, 94, 95, or whenever NWA became popular after F the Police. Now, I like the song, but you know, as far as the other things in the album and stuff like that, as a kid, I thought it was funny. But now that I look back on it, I mean, not just now, but as an adult man, I could see what it's misogyny. It's got some anti-blackness in there. It's carrying on, and the argument that
It's
they
gay
made.
and it's gay as hell. They always
Rap,
telling people
it's
to
not.
do
There's
it.
nothing.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. 1 second. But when Dolores Tucker was saying this stuff, saying that it was misogynistic, saying that it was anti-black, we had dark-skinned people saying she wrong. We had just regular black people. It didn't come down to whether you were mixed. It didn't come down to whether you was light-skinned. We had black people. We had Chuck D. We had Tupac. We had loads of just regular people you would call black against her.
Sister Soldier.
But look, that's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm
And
asking.
guys, you're
How
naming
do you
people.
think?
You're naming people from rap who came in a gangster era. Wanted to talk gang. You had rap that was hip hop that didn't even have that type of content in it. So what Dolores Tucker is
Rap.
actually talking about, she's talking about the guys who come in who promote the misogynism and things like that. You got something for the people. You had so many different type of rap groups or different forms of rap from people from the 70s all the way up until like 93 is when you start getting NWA telling guys to go down on them, exploiting women. B ain't this and a B ain't that. But that's not how rap
Rap.
started.
Rap
Come on
evolved.
now. Don't tell me about rap if you're not gonna tell me about like Little Richard. You're not gonna tell me about
Little
James
Richard
Brown.
was not a rapper. Little Richard was not a rapper.
He's the originator of mumble
Little
rap.
Richard was a singer, R&B singer who happened to be gay in the
He's rhyming. Tutti Frutti on Rudy. A wop by Bloop. He's using mumble rap.
Tutti Frutti had nothing to do with that. The 50s was a different time.
Listen to what it sounds like. I'm saying what it sounds
Tutti
like.
Frutti had nothing to do with Little Richard was gay. Yes, he was. His father was a pastor, and he grew up in a time when being gay was not popular. He said that he would say Tutti. He made Tutti Frutti up when he worked as a busboy and he was washing dishes. And when his boss said something to him, something he didn't like, at that time he was somewhere in the South. I'm not sure where he was, but he would say instead of you couldn't cuss your boss out because you needed your job and they were white, and at that time if you said anything out the way to white people, it ain't like it is now, you would go to jail or they would come and lynch you. And he said he would say Tutti
All right,
Frutti.
let me ask you this: what do Miss Miss Beverly? Do you know what rap mean? Like the definition of rap? Do you know what it means?
Rap means to talk. As
No,
far as I know.
rap means
And
Rap means resisting attempted poetry. Poetry is an attempt of expression
rap,
to
the
use
word
words.
rap, that's the acronym you give it. R.A.P. But the word rap means to listen, to talk. So
Right. So you listen to a talking, expressing, like you just said, Little Richard had found a way to use words to express a way of cursing out your boss without getting fired. Rap. We use
exactly.
words to express things, to say how we feel without being I guess egregious to one another, but now we use it in all forms. It started off not being egregious.
Look,
But that's the
yes,
point.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But look at Ice Cube. He was with NWA. Now he's a conservative Trump supporter.
He should have
Now
never
you
been.
go. Now
He
you
should have
tell
never
me
been
that.
there. Like I said, like that's what I'm saying. People like an Ice Cube should never been supported. Those Friday movies.
But how
Only
can
what
you not support a man when he wasn't that way in the beginning?
he
I
wasn't
like
that way.
it. I liked
Ice Cube was a Muslim, right? He's a Muslim. He's not
I
going by
don't know
none. He's kicking all his morals to the side to rap about homosexuality, hurting people, killing people, promoting drugs. And he's a
I don't
Muslim
know
now.
nothing about
So
his
now,
religious beliefs.
but that's what I'm saying. If his moralities match who he's supposed to have been as a nigga, he wouldn't even been doing that.
Yeah, but I think
Here we go. The
yeah, I
only
think
reason why
too.
I know The only reason why I know about rap is because my son came of age during that period. And I remember the first record he went downtown, he went to the record store and bought. That's when they had the CDs, when they still were selling CDs. He bought something, and it was by NWA, and it had "I Want a Gangsta Bitch" on it. I took it back. I said, do you want, oh my God, so I said, do you want your kids to listen to this? I said, this kid, I said, I think he was like 12, 13, no older than 14. I took it back. So, but everybody wants to blame light-skinned people. Light-skinned people always get to be the butt end of the stick. And
so when they had listen, I guess so. I guess we wanted to bring up Will Smith. We was watching Will Smith. I guess it was so much controversy when they got that black mama out the home for a gay man who take it in the butt to get a light skinned woman as the mother now. Huh? I guess we're gonna forget those things too.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
I'm so disinterested in who goes with who. I don't even know what the hell you talking about.
Listen, Aunt Viv had problems with Will Smith and the uncle on the show. Basically, was promoting y'all with not being strong black men and doing gay stuff behind the scenes.
Oh, no, but Ralph, don't get me wrong.
But do you know that to be?
Hold on.
Yeah, she's been saying it for over 20 years.
Who said that, Ralph?
Yeah, but
Andrea,
okay, so they decided to replace her like that. I thought that was the dumbest. How do you do that? How do you go from being a black woman like that and change? And the same thing they did that in My Wife and Kids. They changed the one daughter out for another daughter. They did that on Family Matters. They got rid of a sister.
It's on all our black shows besides the Cosby's.
Yeah.
They even kicked the father off the show on Good Times.
On Good Times, yeah.
He left because he wanted more money, and they wouldn't give him more money. The guy they wouldn't give him more money, and he didn't like the way the storyline was going.
Andrea,
so
go ahead.
Ralph, when you're talking about certain words, you said, do we understand what the word rap means? Where did you get that acronym? Where did you get that from? What rap meant? How long ago was that definition put out there? The one that
maybe over 30 years.
Okay, but before then,
I've never heard it.
Okay, hold on. But before then, rap to elderly people meant talking. It didn't. You know how, man? You got a strong rap. We didn't equate it to what you guys are talking about. So you can't be. So for me, just like the word gay.
I understand because I'd be like, let me rap with you.
The word gay.
Let me wrap you up real quick. I understand.
Gay meant happy. It didn't mean what it means today when we were growing up. So some of the terminology that you guys are using and you're making it a derogatory thing. It wasn't derogatory to us when we were growing up. That's a new thing, right?
But the actions are in our time though. For when y'all using these situations, the actions, the word we mean rap, and for what you're talking about, NWA and all this derogatory rap came up in our history. When we use rap, it means resisting attempted poetry.
Okay, so and we have to get used to your terminology. So when I hear you say a thing, it doesn't mean we are having to acclimate to your terminology. Okay, so for us, we're taking it back to how we understood it. And that's why, like I said, that's why it's this constant trying to divide and conquer. Because if you're saying a thing and I'm not understanding where you're coming from, and I'm saying a thing and you don't understand where I'm coming from, we're going to have this constant conflict. And I wanted to address somebody in the chat. Hold on. I wanted to address JHX in the chat. I'm not saying I don't care if they're messing with children. Don't get it twisted. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about grown people who are in active, doing whatever they want to do. Those are the people I'm talking about. Don't get it twisted. I'm not talking about. I would never say that I don't care if an adult is screwing a child. That would be beneath my moral character. That's not what I'm talking about. So don't get that twisted, okay? But again, Ralph, we are. I think it's just a misunderstanding of terminologies, and then the actions that come from that might be viewed differently as well. You see what I'm saying? we have
And
to
that's
be on
what
the
Todd. That's what Todd was saying with the witchcraft of spelling and what words mean. Today's
Then
time, our
you
words
know,
mean
you're
different.
bringing in stupid stuff.
All
You're
right,
but we
bringing in
have to
stupid stuff with it.
but we
Because
have
let
to
me
be
tell you,
have
when
a
I say I don't care, when I say I don't care, I agree with Andrea. It's a different. I say I don't care who slept with who. I'm not saying I think that if they're touching kids, they should be touching kids. But I don't care what someone's bedroom life is like. It's not me. It's not mine. It's not my business. Some things don't need to be said. Now, if they touch your kids, they get what they deserve. L. Kelly did what he did. He got what he
I think
deserved. If
what they
Diddy did
alluding
what
to,
if Diddy
right?
did what they say he did, he's gonna get what he deserves. But it's not my business. I don't care who he slept with and what he did.
Well,
Because if me personally, I've never been raped, but I've always said if I got raped, I don't care what people thought, I was going to tell it. I was going to tell it. It wouldn't take me 30 years to know that somebody did something to me. That's
and
my opinion of it. But because I'm the way I am, doesn't mean that it didn't happen to a person. I'm not saying that. And I don't think that, and I never thought that's what Andrea meant either. And that's not what Andrea said. And
yeah, I don't
most
think
women don't
none of us
care.
thought that.
Yeah,
But you
and
know what?
most women don't care who sleeps with who. We don't need to know all of that. I don't want to know all of that. And when they start talking about that stupid stuff, I leave it alone. I just go somewhere else with it. Whatever they
That's
did,
all that we see
it's
today
gonna
is
come
who
out.
women.
It's
That's
all
all
gonna
we
come
can.
out.
That's all we hearing today in today's time is who women sleeping with. It's to
if
the
you're
point now.
listening to it.
Listen. It was to the point last night. Me and my wife is watching WNBA basketball, and they got the WNBA players. I mean, they got the NBA players sitting right up there in the crowd, and they got Derek White. Derek White is getting some girl's Instagram number. Don't nobody know who this Instagram girl is. They wanted to specifically show him
How do
getting
you
this
know
girl
they
phone
get the
number.
Instagram? The girl getting the Instagram.
Yeah, because they
That's what I'm
gave it.
talking
Listen,
about.
that's you're not listening. Did you watch it? I'm saying the fact is they showed it and said it, and they watched this nigga looking on camera like, damn, y'all watching me trying to book this girl? Like, why are y'all supposed to me getting this girl's number? Like, why are you supposed to be getting this
Yeah.
girl's
But
Instagram?
why is that
Yeah, so
anybody's business?
That's what
why
I'm
are they
saying. That's
doing
what
that?
they promote. That's what they do.
But
They want
why
to
is
show.
it anybody's business? I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna say
I think y'all
this.
missing each other's.
Ever since,
I think y'all missing each
She's
other's.
not
point.
listening.
ever
I understand.
since,
They're too
I
they're too
understand you
direct in their
too
ways.
well.
They're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm
You
saying
didn't hear.
is,
You don't say
No, I
that they
just
because
think
I
it's
hadn't
like,
commented.
yeah, I
I'm
just think it's like
I
everybody.
commented.
I think I think y'all saying two different things basically at the end of the day, but it has the same words connected to it. Like it's the same thing with the I can't believe I heard somebody say I don't care. It's y'all missing each other's meanings slightly, maybe not y'all, maybe in different ways too, because there's three of y'all. But anyway, I'm gonna let y'all close out. I wanted to find out first of all.
Let me say this. I think the thing here, why all this confusion is going, because the negative stuff. YouTube is good because the negative stuff, since YouTube has offered to pay people, they have anything goes up. Anything. When I say anything goes up, and they pay people. YouTube, Google, whoever controls YouTube, they are at fault. They need to take some of this negativity down. This is where all the nonsense coming. When I say I don't care,
talking
wait
about
a minute,
YouTube,
just a minute.
right?
Let me
Okay.
finish. When I say that I don't care who they go with, I don't care who they slept with. But if they touch your children, they getting what they deserve. They all need
Right.
to get what they
Yeah.
deserve.
Yeah,
That's
fact.
how I feel about it.
But
YouTube is a part of the problem with this. Who cares that man was going with an Instagram girl? Why would they even put that up
what
there?
man?
The
Who you talking
media,
about? No, Beverly. Who? What man? Who was the
no,
man?
no. Ralph was
Whatever Ralph
talking
just
about.
said.
Okay, but
Ralph was
these
talking about
comments, they're not.
some
I get you.
NBC.
I get you. But
Yeah,
the comments, they're not connected. Like Helks's comment is not connected to Ralph's. but it's
No, but what I'm saying, no, I'm just saying he was saying that they caught him and the man couldn't believe whoever the guy was couldn't believe that the guy was getting something from Instagram. Certain things they just need to take off. I agree with that. But we don't need to know all of that. And ever since YouTube decided to pay people, it seems YouTube will keep more
it's
negativity
social
up.
media. It's social media
It's
because
social, right? They
anybody
keep
can
the
have the
negativity
camera.
up.
Anybody can have
Whereas
the
I'm
phone
going
at
to
that
use
moment.
you as an example. I'm going to use you as an example, Vic. If you were to say some of the things that I see on there, they would take you off. They want to strike you. Like, okay, the thing with OJ, they struck you, said that wasn't right. You know, what you did with the OJ thing. But the negativity that kept up, the sexy reds, the twerking, there's
Going back and
this
forth to
stupid
school.
stuff.
Sexy Red can
Yeah.
go back and forth to children's school, promote
Exactly.
sex, lesbianism, all types of
And
degrade.
I saw an interview with Sexy Red, and she's not a dumb person, but she's doing it because she knows she'll get paid for it. She gets paid attention. She's not using the brain. She's doing it to make money. And ever since it's just a mess.
Monetize.
It's just a mess. They just let any negative thing go. They should take it down. They say they will. Well, now I've had some things taken down because I don't know how a porno site actually got on my Instagram, and I'm like, look at that naked white women at that. I'm like, no way. I'm
But
like,
that's
oh
you
no,
know.
this ain't working. So I reported
Wait,
they
wait.
did take
Hold
it
on.
down. Now I don't
Explain that.
care.
Explain that. Not to get off. Not, I know people.
Oh, you
people
Ralph.
I know because this is funny. This is funny. This is the stuff I talk about because they're freelance throw people random porn that you don't watch for what? They will upload things like your phone will listen to you while you talk and put certain things into your cookie.
So
And when you're promoting, it looks like you're
wait
doing
a
something
minute,
you're
Ralph.
not.
And
That's
so
why
in
I'm
other
wondering why I'm
words,
laughing.
you say they throwing naked white women up at me because I don't talk on the phone about somebody about being gay. Hell no, I don't have a gay
You
bone
don't
in my
listen.
body.
You don't
I
know
don't.
that. I'm not
But
saying you gay.
no,
That's the
yeah,
point.
I
That's
get
the
what he's
point.
saying.
I didn't say,
I'm not on
but
social
I'm saying
media.
that the point is it's something that you probably spoke about that you don't
Yeah.
like, and then the
It
point
even
that the algorithm threw that at you. It's like when
it
we
even
play
shows up
Call
in
of
your
Duty.
email.
Look,
Yeah, it
like
even shows up
when
in
we
your
play
No,
email.
Call of Duty.
these people ask me. These
Miss
people
Beverly,
they
give me a
throw.
second, Miss Beverly, please give me a second. Let me speak to you. So look, so when we playing Call of Duty, right? We used to have this thing back in the day used called God lobbies, but now they're called bot lobbies. Bot lobbies is what you want to be in. God lobbies back in the day is what you wanted to be in when it was originally called. Now the algorithm might put you in a game full of people you can't even beat. You might lose 5-6 games straight, but the things you say will get recorded, and the things you do get recorded. And then they'll put you back into a God lobby. So it's saying they're putting you in an algorithm that you don't even want to be in, and it's going to constantly keep popping up.
It don't constantly keep popping up on my thing because I reported it and they took it down and I ain't seen it since.
Yeah, that's the same thing with emails too. You get stuff in your email like, what the hell would that come from? I
It's
didn't
from
do
the
that.
algorithm,
Exactly.
social media.
I get a
Social
thing
media
telling
is
me the
and,
post office
social
is
media
holding my
sucks.
package from Amazon, and I ain't ordered shit from Amazon because I ain't had no money to order nothing.
Well, that's why I'm not on social media. I'm
They-
good.
Yeah,
But
and it's also
they put the white women up there though.
it's also the cookies, you
Well,
know.
they
The cookies on
sure
the
did send
website.
me a whole bunch of naked white women. I'm like, what the hell is this? I said, oh no, we ain't
Yeah,
gonna
but Ralph
even
is right.
start this.
You're getting it because it's in the algorithm somehow. You know, it's you may not know it when you're on the net, which you know, but
I do know if you have an iPhone, look in the top right hand corner by where the speaker is on your iPhone, wherever it is. I see an orange light, and that's a recording. That's if you touch it, it will show you it's a mic. You are being recorded. We are being recorded when we use an iPhone.
But that
There's
is
a
an
way you
algorithm.
can.
And realize what we talk about here. Y'all say we don't care who we sleep with. Yes, we do. Simple fact. Look at the Polite case. Look at all. Listen, it gets to the point where you get the. I'm saying the Polite. Look at the Nature Board. Look at all of these people who we go through from these leaders
Yeah,
we
we
talk
care
to.
when it's something
The
bad.
first thing we say to tear a black person down or tear a person down in power is who he slept with.
No,
That's the
it's
first
not
thing to
that.
tell you
Oh
that.
no,
That's
Ralph.
not. No.
Wrong on that one,
It,
Ralph.
well, I give you credit on that because with Martin Luther King, it was just like he got a side piece, and that was like, oh no, your character is bad, even though all this stuff was been going on the whole time. People, like
From the
were all
beginning.
men being
Like
honest, were all men being faithfully married back then? Like, come on, and they put
Yeah,
his
look,
thing out
and
there.
then the
But
situation with
today,
Malcolm.
right?
Malcolm
But
was a complete honest guy.
right, but today it's gone way past that. The
And with
morals
AI, the
are
way
so
they have AI now, I don't trust nothing. I don't trust nothing unless you can honestly prove it. I mean, I listen to it and I pay attention, but I won't
But there's a
spread
lot
it.
of
I
AI
won't
out there.
none of
That's
it.
true. There's a lot of AI out
A
there.
lot of
But
AI.
look,
You don't
There's
even
a
know when you
lot of
don't even know when you're dealing with AI for real. It's this thing on YouTube I like listening to called AI for the Culture. And they remix all the rap music and make it like it's 70s and 60s Motown music. And it's
I'm
real
not
fire. Like
talking about that, Ralph. I'm talking about how they can take my picture and put it on somebody killing somebody, or take my
Mm-hmm.
daughter's picture and put it in because she models and she puts her stuff
yeah,
up. And I told her
so
to
they
be
can
careful.
replicate your voice.
I'm
What if
waiting
someone
for
Yeah.
disrespects
somebody to
them?
tell me they
Yeah.
seen her in some porn site, because you never know what people are going to do. People are
Yeah.
vicious now because on my computer they have Microsoft Edge is offering AI. Is offering
So you
AI.
remember?
That's oh.
Yeah, because y'all remember back in the day they used to say a picture is worth 1,000 words or something. It's not. I mean, they can do anything to pictures nowadays. That's why you really have to make sure you know what the f you're talking about anybody, because they can, like she was saying, you can put somebody's head on somebody's body or somebody doing something wrong, and you'll swear up and down it's that person, and it may not be that person, and then that
Yeah,
person gets disparaged, they get talked about, they get all this stuff is happening, and we don't, that's why it's just,
I don't follow it. That's
we
why I don't follow it.
we have to be careful. We have to really be careful, because it could be it could be one of us they do that too, right? And it's just unfortunate that we're in this day and age where people will pay buku money over a fake picture that has been
Right.
put out there to be real, to come to find out that's not what it was. And
Yep.
so that's the reason why I don't give a damn what people do in their private life. I don't care. As long as they're not messing with kids, I don't care what they're doing in their private life. I don't
Mhm.
care.
Exactly.
They're not paying my bills. They're not contributing one iota to my family, not one iota. I don't buy the music. I don't listen. I don't care. There's some people I like. I don't spend a lot of money on
You sure they
trying
don't
to do
contribute
this
to
and that.
your bills? Are you sure about that?
They're not paying my bills. I
Come
know.
on,
I mean,
Ralph. Yeah, that's so funny. That's funny, Ralph.
no, because look, people say that, right? But they don't know that. Like I said, who knows how far? Okay, so if you got a person like Cardi B, who's promoting to all the poor Spanish people to vote for Joe Biden, then she got all the blacks that think like her, the black women and the children who feels like Cardi B. I'm gonna vote for Cardi B. If she's manipulating the minds of people to
Again,
get people,
that.
hold on,
But
let me finish. If she's manipulating,
but I addressed
hold
that
on, man.
earlier.
Why we gotta do the disrespect?
No,
So
I wanted
like,
to disrespect because I addressed that earlier.
so if they're telling people what kind of laws,
Cardi B believes in Joe Biden. So what's wrong with that? You got Ice Cube promoting Donald Trump, the biggest
but this
damn
is
crook
what. But what I'm
there
saying
is.
is,
So
when you
what's the
think I'm
difference?
talking about the billing point of this, if you get a certain people to vote for a president who's going to set certain laws for people to make a certain amount of money, or for the economy to be a certain type of way, those people do dictate your bills and what kind of bills you pay, not directly, but somewhat in an effect. That's
Well,
what I'm
Ralph,
saying.
ain't nobody
I'm not saying.
whether
I'm
you
not talking
know
about
it or
the
not,
bills that I
slavery
get.
ended. Of course we gonna get paid. Of course they gonna pay us, because ain't nobody working for damn free. So that
But at the end of
logic
the
right
day,
there is stupid as hell.
but Negro Ralph, at the end
Ain't
of the
nobody
day,
gonna work for free.
Negro Ralph, at the end of the day, if people want to keep following what celebrities, if people keep putting other people on a pedestal and believe more of what they say than what they know, then shame on them. You need to know a thing. You can't just be out there just, oh, my favorite celebrity said something. That's again, idol worship. And we shouldn't be into no idol worship, period. I don't care who says a thing. Just because a person says a thing doesn't make it true.
But that's what we were saying with Todd. That's what Todd was saying, like when they brought up the Bible, adulterers, idol worshipers. These young people come in and their idols mean more than their parents. I seen a video on Dr. Phil where Dr. Phil was like,
we don't have
They don't got enough followers. Let him respond to her though. Let him respond real quick to what Andrea was saying.
So it was, I was watching Dr. Phil. It was a young guy who says, I can't even associate with my mom, my brothers, and my sisters because they don't even have enough followers on Instagram. And the majority of the youth agree with it. Now, you don't see it because you're older, but as my group, we see the younger people who agree with this, and we like, damn, they're right. You don't mean nothing if you don't got a lot of people looking up to you to say your word is valid. And they can be completely wrong.
Yeah, but again, that's a breakdown in society. There's a breakdown somewhere. I'm not saying that I'm not aware of what people are doing. I know people are committing suicide because they're not getting enough likes on. I understand. Again, this is what celebrity who started all this. You got these celebrities out there who have these large followings, and since then, everybody. Not everybody. People are trying to match that. They know that will never happen. So you got people who are being driven crazy again by trying to keep up with the Joneses, and the Joneses ain't got shit. That's the problem. We keep trying to do what people do, and we know it's not gonna happen. So if somebody wants to say, well, my parents ain't nothing because they don't have a lot of following, well, that person is an idiot. Because they keep trying to do what these celebrities do. We are never going to have, the majority of people are never going to be in the top 10%. It's not going to happen. So all this delusions of grandeur, people are hurting their own selves, trying to be something they will never be. Never. And just be content where you're at. I'm content where I'm at. I don't need to wear designer clothing. I don't like the free advertising myself. Once I buy it, I got somebody's logo that I'm advertising for. Continue. I'll go to Walmart and get me something cheap before I do that. I don't care about all that. So when we get to the point where I love me more than I love what I wear and what I put on my feet and what I have around my shoulder and how my hair looks, when you get to that point, you love yourself that much, all that other stuff don't matter. You ain't out there trying to get a Instagram or all that kind of stuff to keep up with or get the likes of you don't give a damn. I don't care. That's why I'm not on social media. I don't give a fuck what people got to say. I don't care. I love me some Andrea. And because I love me, it helps me love my family and people around me. Outside of that, I don't give a damn. I don't care.
Or at least it helps you set boundaries.
Exactly.
Where you go.
Agree. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. Because my thing of what I was going to say to you was, what was the purpose of Facebook? Facebook was originally made for college students. MySpace was made for people to huddle around the ideal worship and promote each other. Instagram, followers. All this is about followers. You know what I'm saying? About, persuading the minds for everybody to think collectively. So when we say that, these people don't have an effect, that's what I'm saying. They do have an effect on our bills because they keep the people ignorant so we can pass laws over top of their head that they won't understand.
I'm not a follower. I've never been a follower. My motto growing up was, if I can't lead you, I'm not going to follow you.
But I get what you and Tara are saying, though. I get what y'all are saying when it comes to certain things. But we just, we have to teach our children that those people are human beings just like we are. And they don't deserve no more praise, no more nothing than anybody, because we don't know how they got there. We don't know what it took for them to get in the positions that they're in, and for them to be deceived and blind about how it happened is where the breakdown is coming in at. That's where everything is falling apart, because we don't want to tell our children the truth. That's just like them going to church and everything else. They want to be told that what the pastor says is true. You can't question. Don't question. That stuff is still going on. That hasn't changed. So we have to tell our children, we have to be truthful with our children. When you were talking about the holidays and all that kind of stuff, those are those things we need to tell our children. My children knew from the beginning there was no Santa Claus. I told them from the get-go. There's no white man coming down the chimney leaving y'all nothing, not a damn thing. That's me and your daddy doing that. Okay,
I knew
so
it too.
all that stuff. So it's our responsibility to make sure we understand and tell our children what is necessary. It's going to help them grow up to be the best they can be. But I'm not going to be so naive to think too to tell them, oh, you can be whatever you want to be. No, you can't. No, you can't be whatever you want to be, because some of that stuff that you want to be, you don't know what it's going to take to do that. So you can't say those words when they tell, oh, you can grow up and be whatever you want. No,
you have
don't
a
do
better.
that.
Listen, you have a better chance at being an engineer or a doctor than of being Drake or Puff Daddy. So why not just go right ahead and be those things?
Be that, you know. Yeah, be the best you can be at what you're. It's almost like it's a knowing within. You be the best of what you know that you are, not what you aspire to be like those people over there. You don't, like I said, you don't know what it took to get over there. Even to be president of the United States, you don't know what it took to become that. You don't know.
Exactly.
So why would you
It
strive?
might take some humiliation.
Yeah, it might take whatever. You know,
Andrea is right. Andrea is right. We have to teach our children what is right. Now, my oldest grandchildren are 22. They're twins. And they don't wear designer clothes. Their father can buy it for them. And he says, you don't want this designer dress? And they go, no. They go to the regular stores, H&M, Rainbow, you know, the regular stores. And my granddaughter models and stuff. He did buy her a pair of red bottoms that she can only wear if she wants to go somewhere and wants to take a picture. She has to bring a pair of slides with her. And you know, I'm like, who the hell's going to pay $900 to make your feet hurt? And if you notice, if you watch these red carpet events, those and if people pay attention, those ladies that wear those red bottoms, have them red bottom shoes on, and I've seen Oprah sit and interview guests and slip the back of her feet out of her heels because her feet was hurting. Does that make sense? Hell no. Because I ain't paid nobody $900 to make my damn feet hurt, let alone $900. It's crazy.
But let me just see something here. It was one thing this is one of the things that happened while we was gone related to Drake. Now, you know, it's some people that tried to invade his home twice. I don't know if they're related or separate incidents, but apparently it got something to do with his lifestyle and what's going on in his life, right? And to reference, there was somebody who made a comment, and Andrea, you were talking about JHX. I think they might have been talking about referencing Drake being mixed up with something about a minor too. That was another recent or it's come out again where there's some pictures where they said he was at Dave and Buster's, right? Where kids go. Scoping, looking for
kids. Looking out kids.
Yeah, scoping out kids.
He was doing that when he was with Disney.
Exactly. So I think there's some kind of, you know, maybe I don't know how aware everybody was of that, but I'm not saying I'm not aware. It's just one of the things that came up that's been resurfacing in the last couple of weeks since Drake has been getting dissed openly. And there's people that say that he is on something like some suicide watch, or people said he made some suicide references or something like that. But in any case, let me just play this real quick and see what happened here.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And we do have some breaking news that we want to get to. This is some aerial footage of the house from Drake. This is the rapper Drake right there. This is his house in Toronto. There was a shooting that happened earlier outside Drake's Toronto home, and one person was injured in this.
What's up,
According
Jamal?
to TMZ, sources confirm the injured person is a member of Drake's security team. Now, police have yet to say if they believe the shooting is related to the Kendrick Lamar feud. Drake and Kendrick Lamar have been feuding for quite some time, releasing.
Why Fox even gonna say something like that? Like all this stuff Drake is up in, man. It's like
Diss tracks against one another. But again, police have revealed the victim suffered a gunshot wound to the upper chest, and it does appear to have been a drive-by attack. Also, there has been impact across the Atlantic. In London, someone reportedly vandalizing Drake's store, spray painting, quote, "They not like us" on the store's front window. That graffiti inspired by Kendrick Lamar's latest diss track drop, quote, "Not like us." And just a short time ago, we were hearing from Canadian authorities as they shared the very latest in this shooting. And I do want to play that for you right now.
My name is Tanim, and I work for RW.
Oh, wow. This is really crazy. Let's see.
Clute, and I'm one of the media relations officers for the Toronto Police Service. Speaking today is Inspector Paul Kravchuk of our Integrated Gun and Gang Task Force, which investigates all shootings and firearm discharges within the city of Toronto. Inspector?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Inspector Paul Kravchuk of the Integrated Gun and Gang Task Force, and I'm pleased to be here today. I know there's a lot of interest in this incident, and I hope you can also appreciate that information is very limited at this time, so I only have so much. What I do know, I will advise you of, and I will take a few questions at the end. This morning at about 2 a.m., police were called to a shooting at the residence behind me here. When officers arrived, they located a male who was suffering from an apparent gunshot wound. That male was taken to hospital in serious condition. That person was working apparently as a security guard at the residence. He was standing outside of the gates in front of the residence when the shooting occurred. We have individuals who obviously performed the shooting who were seen in a vehicle. I do not have a description of the vehicle or the suspects at this time. Again, it's very early on in the investigation. I cannot speak to a motive at this time because it's so early, but as we get information, we will share it with you. Anyone with information is asked to call 416-808-2510 or Crime Stoppers. You can expect to see an increased presence in this neighborhood for the next little while, but it's no different than any other shooting or firearm discharge. We'll have officers here looking for witnesses to come forward, as well as we canvassing for video. I'll now take a few questions.
Was Drake home, and is he cooperating with this investigation?
I cannot confirm if Drake was home at the time the incident occurred, but I can tell you that we are in contact with his team and they are cooperating.
To what extent is the rat beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar part of the investigation focus?
So I am aware of what you're talking about, but it is so early in the investigation that we don't have a motive at this time. And so I cannot comment further on that.
While the motive may not be confirmed, if that is something that you're looking at, knowing that this beef crosses borders into the U.S., is there anything being done in the investigation to maybe prevent a potential suspect from leaving Canada?
So this is no different than any other investigation, okay? Like, it's maybe more high profile because there's more people here, but we treat it like any other incident. So we'll be using all our resources.
I mean, this is so funny because I would be thinking they would be thinking about Drake. I mean, because Drake's related to a lot of different things in Canada alone. You know, it's so weird they're thinking about Kendrick Lamar. You know, that being like that's even a journalist question. You know, it's strange to me, but.
Our teams will be doing as much as they can to investigate this, but it'll be no different than any other investigation at this time.
The man who was shot still in serious condition. Have you been able to talk to him? Has he not been able to give you a suspect description? And how is there no video yet of the car that fled?
So I can tell you that all I'm going to say about the victim is that he's still in the hospital in serious condition.
Age?
And I'm not going to just... No, I'm not going to at this time. This is not going to say about the victim is that he's
Able to give you
doing as much as they can to investigate this, but it'll be no different than any other investigation at
the
this
man
time.
who was shot still in serious condition. Have you been able to talk to him? Has he not been able to give you a suspect description? And how is there no video yet of the car that fled?
So I can tell you that all I'm going to say about the victim is that he's still in the hospital in serious condition.
Age?
And I'm not going to just. No, I'm not going to at this time.
This is obviously a very well-to-do neighborhood. There's likely a lot of video around. Have you guys begun your canvassing? Do you expect to get a good amount of video involved with this?
I would be surprised if we didn't. I can say that we've already collected some video evidence which captures the incident.
You said suspects plural. Can you say, are we talking 2, 3, or more?
No idea at this time.
And would you characterize this as a drive-by shooting, or more specifically, you can stop and open fire?
I'm not going to get into specifics about the investigation at this time, just that a vehicle was involved and then fled the scene.
Law enforcement elsewhere, like Los Angeles, United States.
That will be part of our investigation, but again, we're very early on.
How did the 911 call come in? Who made it?
I don't have that information.
Was this security guard alone? Were there other security guards here too?
I don't have that information.
In the incident, did it look like the security guard was the target? Were they trying to get past him?
Don't know at this time.
You said you have video capturing the incident?
Yes.
The actual shooting?
Yes.
And you can't give us a description of the vehicle?
Nope, not at this time.
You don't want to release it?
No, because we're dealing with video quality issues, correct? So we, as we have information and we're able to analyze video better, then we'll be able to provide more information.
You mentioned that the shooting occurred outside the gates, but there are markers inside near a garage, and there's an area cordoned off there. Would shell casings have gone that far? Why would that be?
I haven't even walked up to the scene, so I can't comment. Oh, thank you. No, that's going to be part of the investigation. Can't comment at this time. Thank you very much.
Gang related?
All right, so we were just listening as authorities provided the very latest information after a security guard was shot outside the rapper Drake's house right there. And this is aerial footage of his home in Toronto. You can see it is a very large residence that is being described as an upscale neighborhood. So this is what we know from authorities. The security guard was outside Drake's home, which you see right there in this aerial footage. When that shooting occurred, the shooter was inside a vehicle. That vehicle drove by this house and shot the security guard. The security guard right now is in the hospital in serious condition. We were hearing reporters asking whether this shooting had anything to do with Drake's feud with rapper Kendrick Lamar.
You know, I don't know if they do this to sell records. I'm not talking about the shooting. I mean, the media, like, keep emphasizing, like, Kendrick Lamar. Is it like some, Universal Music, what do they call it? What do they call it when they pay the DJs money to play the records?
Promotion?
Yeah, no, but they got a term for it when they record companies pay DJs to play their record, like, on the air. It's a scandalous word. I forget it. It's illegal, by the way. But I'm just curious, like, why did the media, like, why would it? But this is Fox. I'm sorry.
Look, you know what? This is what they're doing. It's a lot to this. People just think of this is not the first time Drake has been shot at, or had someone killed, or had someone else been shot at on his behalf. He had a guy that helped him write some diss records against someone else, maybe almost 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. And he was shot in the store. They gunned him down and didn't do nothing. No evidence was found. Nobody's been locked up about this guy. Nothing. Drake has been putting black guys' lives.
Somebody shot someone for Drake?
No. Drake was like I say, he don't write his own raps. Somebody was ghost writing Drake's raps. I forget this guy's name. It's gonna come to my head. I don't want to say OVO something. I forget his name, but you can look it up. Mm-hmm. Drake's friend gets shot up inside of a store while going to go get food. He runs back into the store for coverage. They shot this man so many times, and when the gun jammed up, he unjammed the gun and continuously shot this guy, right? Over the words Drake rap that he wrote. Now we get to the point with Diddy and Drake. Diddy slapped Drake. They didn't want to promote rap for them at that point either. It's not until Drake got signed with Sprite and when he was already with Disney, then he got the bigger contract with Universal after leaving Cash Money. Now Drake is worth 50 million. His handlers are worth 500 and something billion. Now Drake gets $500 million as an advance. Drake should have videos, like if you look, he's got cameras all over his house. When you're doing a police investigation, those shells don't fire no more than 4 or 5 feet away from where the target is shooting. He got targets, shell casings all around the house. This is the inside job by people.
He got shell casings all around the house. So
Yeah,
somebody was
look at the
walking
yellow
through there.
tape. The yellow
But then
tape.
they gotta have video footage then.
Fact, which he's saying he don't know, will not release, which cannot be described, and they're using to paint a picture on a black artist who's killing Drake's narratives of those people empowering him to do this. Then you look at the police. Again, with police, shell casings, that tells you what type of gun, what type of impact, what type of damage. They have no information. And even the guy that's been shot who's seen the car, they said, well, they are cooperating. Why don't have no evidence? Because this is a narrative. The narrative is, ain't no Kendrick Lamar coming out of context to do this. Drake actually got beef with gang members in Canada that's been talking about trying to kill him for the longest time.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Like it's all types of stuff.
It's
over
a lot
in
of
Canada's
people.
going on, you know. It's not all cows and hillside over there either. Yeah.
So they can't go against. Now they gotta look at the Canadian police. Is like, well, we know that those millionaires and those whatever in that area. Come on now. If you Kendrick Lamar had a thing where he showed his whole street coming up, the way the whole community looked. You would have seen on other people's, coming up the street. It's a long road. You would have seen on other people's cameras, And if you're looking at these cars and things like that, these newer cars, when they hit gunshots and things like that, their camera their rear sensors automatically goes back on. Their cars are like these people are playing the biggest mind game ever.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, it seemed like something. I don't trust it myself. That's all. That's what I can say. I don't trust it, and I'm up for when it comes to entertainment industry, when it comes to the major industries, period. And it doesn't matter if it's in the United States or outside. I'm always up for a good conspiracy theory if it makes sense. I mean, there are conspiracies that go on. And so, now a conspiracy theory, there could be all types. It could be all types of bad ones. It could be a few good ones in there too. And but when I think of the industry called the entertainment industry, I mean, I can't help but to think like they have a lot of money and a lot of power and a lot of spin, a lot of ability to spend things, So, but the thing I'm more particularly worried about in terms of Drake is like this thing about it seems to be something about kids that they talking about, like him. Look, they said they got a message, a woman, it's a young girl. Matter of fact, it's a young girl that was online saying that she's been talking to Drake. Young girl. Chat.
Drake's been rapping about 17-year-old girls and girls about to turn 18 for the last 10 years, man. I just don't see how he's talking about having sex with 17-year-olds.
Yeah, Rick James had a song out there too.
It's some little girl that came out and she is this one, 17-year-old influencer, Aya Tanjali tells young Dabo she has an NDA with Drake and his dad, Dennis Graham. This is one of the big stories right here that's coming out about Drake.
That's basic. Hers is basic. Like I said, it's gonna be a rack of girls that 17-year-olds gonna be able to say that. But Drake has been
been going around screaming about young girls at his concerts for the longest. Even young men. There's gonna be some men that's about to come out. Y'all might not, y'all Drake fans might not want it, but wait till the dudes come out and say that Drake did this or Drake was doing that. Then y'all gonna say, well, it's not the light skinned people, but you're gonna clearly see it's the light skin with the most money. You're gonna find out.
Yeah, and that's why it's not good to worship no celebrity.
Yeah.
To that over and over and over again. Nobody should be put on a pedestal. Nobody. That's where all this problem comes in at. That's why people don't want to believe, when stuff comes out, it's hard for people to say that can't be true because they put too many people on a pedestal and nobody belongs up there. Nobody. You treat people, that was, V. Bennett's mantra, treat people how you want to be treated. Do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to if you're not trying to put yourself on a pedestal, you shouldn't be trying to put nobody else on one. This is ridiculous. That's what happens. We just get caught up in all this, like they can do no wrong. It's just mind boggling,
Welcome back.
And I think
No,
too,
what they're saying is why they gotta do that. They say, well, they gotta do that when they got all that money. They ain't gotta get no young girls. They got all that money.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is too, like what you were saying earlier, they can pay for all this stuff to happen to make it look like all this stuff is going down. They can do anything. We don't know what is real from what's not real anymore because everything out here on social media could be made to look a particular way. It seems like somebody's been put in harm's way, and then they're gonna come out, oh, he's trying to commit suicide, and oh my God, this happened. Don't nobody know nothing. I don't care even if they throw something out there in the news. We will never know if the bullets was real. We'll never know. They will spin a narrative to make it sound like it's just so bad. And it's that's what I'm saying. All we got to do is live your life and stop worrying about what's happening in somebody else's that has nothing to do with your well-being on any day of the week. What difference does it make to me what Drake is doing? Now, if he's messing with these young girls, that's a whole. We're not talking about that. We're talking about any other thing that he's doing out there, all the gangs he's causing, whatever. I don't give a damn. Don't. Not affect. The only way to affect my life is if I let it do that. What do I need to be concerned about? What him or anybody else is doing in that world? I don't care.
I think it is kind of I'm just flowing here with my mind. It could be a conspiracy or anything, but people could take it for whatever it's worth. I don't know, but it just occurred to me that looking at this man's house, he got a lot of money, right? And like Ralph said, he has handlers that have even more, 1,000 times more money than him, each one of them, right? But how could this man be having beef with gang members? Like, for what? Is it about talking? Is it about words? Is it about being a jerk when you go outside? Is it about they trying to extort him? Or is it about he be with young girls and people find out and then you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's exactly what it is. They're saying the beef he got with the Canadian gang members, he was with one of their daughters.
Okay, there you go. That's what I'm curious.
Then you got another situation where he wants to be underneath gang members so bad, where he's got diss tracks saying, well, yeah, shout out to my boy Chris Brown, CB, he a real blood member, gang member. Wanted to be under Baby on the real. He's been so desperate to be influenced by black depression and gang members. He's been wanting to be on the gang members and exploiting black street life so bad that's not how he even came into the rap industry. He came in talking on some old depression type talk. Now he has to promote street lyrics stuff, and people are dying around him, getting beat up around him, shot around him every other year, and it's all darker skinned people.
Yeah, but I hear you, Ralph. Even
my man Daylight had to come out. My favorite battle rap had to come out. Like, we knew Daylight wrote, back to back. And look what that did to Meek Mill's career. And Meek Mill's is weird too, but still, I don't like neither one of those guys, with Drake or Meek Mills, but it's always promoting colorism and violence within that, authentic, like being authentic with your rap. And they're saying, how y'all letting someone this unauthentic rap like this and kill the streets, kill what we represent.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
but you know,
I never bought a Drake record, and I don't buy rap records, but I used to when I was DJing as a young person. Now, when about the time things shifted over to like where Puffy became like nothing against Biggie or anything, but I even knew back then that this kind of disco kind of dance floor money rap was a ploy, you know what I'm saying? So I never bought a lot of that kind of stuff. I never appreciated it, but after a while you learn to accept it because that's the only thing that they're going to sell and promote to you, but having said that, I haven't bought no records in a long ass time. I don't follow this kind of music anymore, but as you can see, it's morphed into something even more scary and more troubling than what it was in the 90s. And in the 90s with Dolores Tucker, that was the troubling. The troubling was they had trouble back then, but it never got dealt with. And now I think Drake is almost a reflection of that. Like he's what it's morphed into. He's what it's grown into. The irresponsibility of the record label have grown into. Here's
That's
Drake.
what I was trying to say. That's
what
what I was trying
like,
to say. And it made it universal for even Asians to talk and act like this. Asian people.
Yeah.
You got the dance moves. They walk around saying the same thing. Let's even take it a step further, right? What Dolores was basically saying, she wasn't aiming at no East Coast rappers like that. That was basically aimed at the West Coast. Like you said, if you look at it now, Whack 100.
Right. I hear you when you say that.
Knight.
It was making that music. That's where it
Right.
come from.
So you got
Right.
Suge Knight, Blood Member, Whack 100, Crip. They all got all the rap industry people under their
He
fingertips.
was aiming at Luke though, too.
Yeah.
Uncle Luke.
Then I said as far as Luke, when we get the 2 Live crew. Those are the people who are promoting agenda, but they all hung together amongst the West Coast. The West Coast was so integrated, it had no real culture. The biggest thing on the West Coast was the pimp life, the pimp culture, the drug life, the media life. The East Coast didn't have all of that, but it was becoming that. The East Coast didn't have real gangs besides North Carolina and moving somewhere Midwest to the South.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got New York Crips and Bloods, and they're under a record label which promotes the music of violence, which that lady Dolores was talking about. The South
Right.
really had educated Southern rap. At least it told you the pros and cons of being a street person. So it wasn't the same kind of rap. Now rap has everybody got a key, everybody got a pound, everybody got a gun, but
Every
nobody's
woman is a
doing
hoe.
real jail time.
Every woman is for sex, and
Right.
and she
And
ain't nothing
every man is
but-
for a bag. Play a man,
Right.
take a man for his money. It's a bag.
Yeah, it's almost at the most extreme now, and it's hard to imagine it could get that far, but it has, to the
And then
point.
and
It's
that's what affects our economy. It's still, and that they say that's not taking no money out your pocket or to your home. Yes, it is, because when you get this little whore saying that she got to milk your son dry for his money, and your son start asking you for money to help protect the whore. Or we got guys out here jumping out here for women who think that they're women and they're really whores. And then now you got men out here who's willing to give their last dollar to trick on a whore. You think that don't mess up houses and incomes? You crazy.
Yeah, okay. I'm not saying that, Negro Ralph. I'm
I ain't
saying
saying
they
you
don't.
know. I'm not saying
Yeah,
you.
but
I'm
I'm the one who made the comment though. I made that
Yeah,
comment.
but I'm not
They paid
addressing
my
it towards
bill.
you, though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I think that the reason why these, if we're gonna go light skin, dark skin, they get these dark skin brothers is because it's that narrative that's out there again, that the darker the black man, the meaner he is. Right? It's that stuff that we keep buying into, right? The black mandingo, he's the man, he's that's the ones who they kept going after even on the slave plantation. Got the biggest black Negro to make an example of everybody. Y'all better line up, because if you don't, this is what's gonna happen to you. We're gonna put you apart by putting your legs in ropes and with 2 horses and split you apart. They've been doing that. It's just not nothing new. They've been doing that, and it's still happening today because we don't love ourselves enough to know that this is a game that's been played for a long time. It is not new. This is not a new game. It's just new players. Same game. Just different faces. And it seems new, but it's not. The same thing. And we need to stop. We need to stop playing into the hands of the people who keep trying to keep us as puppets on a string to play this game. I mean, it's just that simple. To me, it's just that simple. We don't love ourselves enough to do that because it's easier to get behind somebody who you think got all this money that's going to come out and help and rescue. Ain't never none of them. There's just a few that may have helped the Black community or Black people or to a certain extent, but the majority of them are not doing that. They're not. It's not convenient for them to do that because then it was the image that they're trying to present now is this, like you were saying, Ralph, is this thug life image. They are not trying to promote anymore what is good for our community. So why would we continue to follow these people and listen to all this nonsense that comes out their mouth through their songs, just to say, you know, I have not listened to a Drake song. Don't plan on listening to them. I don't know these people. They're not even in my purview. I don't care. I mean, it's hard for me to even listen to some of the music from my generation. I mean, some of the stuff wasn't that great either, but the majority, you know, some of it was. But you know, we have to be careful what we allow to get into our mindset. I don't care if it's good, bad, or indifferent. Some things, even if it's good for you, too much of a good thing is not good. I mean, we just have to be careful and mind what matters. And somebody else's life and them rich celebrities, they don't matter to me. They don't. Okay, so we're going to have problems where our economy gets affected by the dumb shit people do. That's been happening since it became a nation. You know, the economy gets affected by people who we vote into office or whatever. That happens. That ain't nothing new under the sun either. It's a constant roller coaster. It goes up and it goes down. Goes up and goes down. Goes back around and swing back around, and you hopefully you can hang on and make it to the next round. It's the same game, and we just have to know how to play the best we know how and do what's right in the process as we're trying to get through life. And it's just that. I mean, life is hard enough without having to put celebrities on a pedestal. Life is enough, and I just refuse to do that. That's just me. Life is enough. Why would I need to be concerned about them fools over there when they're not contributing to my bottom line like that? They may be in a roundabout way, Ralph. I mean, in a roundabout way they may, but I'm talking directly. I'm talking about directly. Yeah, they're not doing anything to help me or help my family, not directly. You know, so you know.
Yeah, I totally understand that.
Mm-hmm. And I agree with what you and Tara. I'll just say this, and I'm gonna get off. I agree with when y'all talk about all this. How people are conspiring against us. I agree with that. Don't. I hope y'all don't think take it the wrong way. I agree with that. They're constantly conspiring. It's not a new thing. That's the one. That's what I keep trying to say. This is nothing new to us anywhere around the globe. It's not new. They've been conspiring for who knows how long, and now they're trying to do all that crap over in Africa now. Oh, Putin said Jesus was black. Like what? We supposed to be all? Oh my goodness! Exactly. And what did we do? What did we do, Ralph? Oh my God! Somebody funny.
Is it really black? Because Putin is good, and he's gonna tell us the truth, right?
I mean, are you kidding me? If we fall for that. Oh my God, we are worse off than we thought we were, right?
We fall for propaganda and rhetoric.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Some people that actually mean, because some people look, this is damn near a godless world anyway right now, right? So for some people who really do have some type of faith, when they hear that Jesus is black, that gives them.
You're breaking up, girl. Can't hear you. We can't hear you, Ralph. But anyway, so that's my thing. I mean,
would make the fact that you don't care about the people and your individual self would make that hard, because you can't love Jesus knowing he's black if you don't love yourself. So you can't even love your neighbor. So why even care about Drake situation? Just look at that. Look at that blackface thing. Tell me, ain't no strong man.
You keep breaking. You keep coming in and out, Ralph. You keep going in and out, Ralph. We don't hear what you're saying. We don't hear the full sentence.
Oh, taking the trash out. Is that better?
Okay, there you are. There you are. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Hello?
Can you hear? Yeah, we can hear you. He probably didn't put himself on mute. Are you talking? Ralph.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you hear
Is it
me?
better? Yeah.
Yes.
Is it better?
Yes.
Yeah, I had to take the trash out. You know what I'm saying? The internet kind of faded away.
But you were saying you were talking about Drake and all.
Yeah, like look at that. Like, what type of strong black man could put his monkey ass hands in the air like that and smile with red lipstick on and black face, knowing that that's nobody who can understand, not no nigga who can understand slavery or have respect for his ancestors could do that. That's why he can't have. His daddy don't even listen to his music.
Yeah.
That's an interracial cultivating destruction of culture type person. Doja Cat, the same way. Doja Cat got the same type situations, calling us niggas, making music, stealing black folks' music. Like Andrea said, they've been doing it for the longest, excuse me. But it's how they're doing it now. It looks even worse. Elvis didn't make it look this bad.
He ain't gonna be able to get around that. Yeah. Hey, but listen, y'all. I appreciate you, Ralph and Andrea, and I appreciate y'all a lot. It was nice, but it's been 4 hours now, so I got to get off, take care of a few things before the evening kicks in over here. But listen, y'all. I really appreciate y'all. I missed y'all being able to rap with you for a minute. So I'm glad a lot of y'all, the ones that was here, were able to hop up and speak a little bit on this. I'm going to be going live again. It's just my work schedule with some certifications and stuff. I'm almost done with all of them this week. So I know I've been saying that, but then they came with some.
But BB, let me say this to you before you clear that up. Congratulations. And congratulations on everything. And why I don't get notifications when you pop up no more?
Because I think the last 4 or 5 times I've been going live, I keep changing the time. And so it's messing up the algorithm. And even this time I did the same thing. I just was like, I planned it for another time, couldn't make that time, couldn't make the time I reset it to. So I just did it earlier. So I'm screwing the notification system up, but I'll be back to normal. It's just, I've been a little pressed at the moment. So I'll be done with that this week, luckily. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, but I'll get the notification and it'll pop up and you'll be like, well, it's time to go, y'all. I'm like, man, all I just gotta say is time.
Exactly.
And watch your video, watch your documentary you put out there. Don't forget to watch.
Yeah, because I really wanted that food joint you did. Like, let me ask you. I know you're trying to get off of this, John, but look, do anybody know the proper color of a watermelon? The original color of a watermelon?
What's red?
No, red is the least form. Red is the least you would want.
So it's the orange and the yellow you were talking about?
I got a yellow. I had a yellow watermelon last week. I got an orange one this week. As I was doing my research, the red watermelon is the least productive watermelon you can find. You got green watermelons. It's damn near 15 type of watermelon. That red one is the European watermelon to make you sick.
Interesting. Okay.
Yo, Ralph. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm gonna look that up right now, and then but I got to get off. I'm gonna catch everybody later. I appreciate y'all. It was a good conversation.
Welcome, as usual, Negro Ralph. I'm down with you, bro. I am.
Yeah, man, I fool with you, Miss Andre. I know you're an individual. As I listen to you more, I realize you're all about the individuality of a person, even in yourself. So I answer what you say collectively, but I know how you feel about it. You know what I'm saying? Because no disrespect. Much respect.
And as far as Drake
is
concerned,
the biggest you need a tar, none at all.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know. Y'all, come on, y'all just having a nice convo. All right,
no, I just try to clear everything up because I don't want the brothers to feel, because I don't try to come at our brothers like that. We got too much going on to be coming back and forth at each other like that, and I just want to make sure they know that no disrespect, and even to none of them, no disrespect unless you come out here and say something real stupid.
Facts. And we need some difference of opinion and things like that to have a good conversation. So, but on the note of Drake, BB. Oh, okay, Andre, I appreciate you. All right, Ralph, I appreciate you too, brother. Thank you. Yo,
and on the point across though.
Yeah, on the note of Drake, all I got to say is this one.
Drake, the biggest rapper in the world. These niggas, Drake.
That's too funny, yo. I'm fine. Peace out, y'all. Good, everybody.